Leather jacket? Check. Sunglasses? At night. Goth girls?
Present.
All right, how long we gotta make this? 8 minutes? Seriously? I had a song, it was 3 minutes long. Had a verse and a chorus and nothing was wrong. Then somebody told me if I wanted the play, there's a magical number standing in my way. I said, is it talent? They said, not quite. Is it good songwriting? No, but you're polite. So I put on some leather, turned the neon up bright, and wrote another 5 minutes before dinner tonight. I've got atmosphere, I've got shades, I've got synthesizers for days. I've got something I wanna say, but we can't say it too quickly. I only did this song for the 8K, 8 whole minutes, baby, get out of my way. I only did this song for the 8K. If the chorus is finished, we'll play it again anyway.
8K.
Keep it going.
8K.
We're nowhere near it. That was a really good solo. How long was that? 43 seconds? Do another one. I bought this jacket for the video shoot. Can't bend my elbows, but damn, I look cute. There's fog on the floor, there's rain on the glass. There's a woman in black who keeps walking past. I don't know her name, she don't know mine, but she looks very serious under purple neon signs. She said, what's the song about? I said, honestly, mate, we're currently trying to reach minute 8. I only did this song for the 8K. We're halfway there now, so I guess we should stay. I only did this song for the 8K. Here's another giant chorus to consume part of the day.
8K. How we doing? 8K. Don't tell me 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh, come on.
Make it tasteful.
No.
Longer. That's more financially responsible. Neon rain, midnight street, leather boots, electronic beat, chrome reflections, purple skies, 4 goth girls, I hired 5. Where'd the other one go?
She had work?
Fair enough. Every note, every bar gets us closer to where we are. No deeper truth, no grand design. Just keep that guitar playing for Oh yeah, that's expensive sounding. Keep doing that. What time are we at?
7:12.
Yes. I only did this song for the 8K. 7 minutes down, we can see the gateway. I only did this song for the 8K. Don't you dare fade out, we're getting paid today.
8K. Not yet. 8K. Wait for it.
I only did this song for the 8K. Leather jacket sweating, but I'm gonna be okay. I only did this song for the 8K. Guitar man, take 20 bars and make the problem go away.
7:54. 7:55.
Don't stop.
7:56.
Keep playing.
7:57.
Nobody breathe.
7:58.
7:59. 8 minutes. Perfect.
Wait.
Year's resolution?
Yep.
Leather jacket? Check.
Hey, you remember the first tune you ever heard? Yeah, slip inside Club Fawkes.
Say now, do you remember music before you knew the score? When the rhythm in your ribcage kept you knocking at the door. When the alley lights were flickering and the night was dressed in gold. When a pocket full of strange ideas could be traded, bought or sold. Say now, do you remember finding other souls along the line? Through a whisper down the barroom or a late night party line. And the strangers felt like family, though you'd never seen their face. Just a room above the city where the lost all found their place. When the nights ran on forever and the band refused to slow. When the future felt like something only dreamers got to know. When the noise became a language, cutting clean through all the dark. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Say now, when did it start changing? When the silence crack apart, when the wise began to listen to the rhythm of your heart, when the songs began to travel past the blocks and boulevards, when the whole wide world got smaller through 1,000 scattered stars. When the nights ran on forever and the band refused to slow. When the future felt like something only dreamers got to know. When the noise became a language, cutting clean through all the dark. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Static on the wireless, smoke across the room. Every hidden corner starts to find its tune. Footsteps in the hallway, voices through the wall. Everybody's searching for a place to call. When the nights run on forever and the horns begin to cry. When the future starts unfolding in the blink of every eye. When the signal finds the others like a spark against the dark. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Meet us all at Club Fawkes.
Show is now on air.
There we go. Something like that. Let's make sure that I am muted on Twitch, which I was not. Okay, good. Emotes. Yeah, that'd be cool. And I'm looking at YouTube saying that it is not online, and I don't know quite why, but I don't think I'll worry too much about it today. Aww. Checks in the mail, Psychotech. I appreciate it, though. Lots to hear. You'll catch him. Frantically checking. Aw. That's... You guys are crazy peoples. That's nice. All right. So, yeah, I've got a couple things. You just heard one of them. I've actually got some announcements and stuff that are in there. Let me just do this here real quick. Just because I'm showing off some stuff. I still have to put in the Suno comments yet. And I'm going to try to get that done probably today, tomorrow. Well, probably after the show today, not during the show, obviously. But tomorrow at the latest. But I've got a thing in here to add some audio comments and the rest of it as we go along. So it takes a little bit to generate because the home server that's running all this is about 12 years old. So it's not the newest or the most powerful or the highest end. But yeah. And I'll put it back into open again. All right, and that should sort that into rounds, which I will do in a second after these comments come in. Ah, there it is. It's back here. So what it does is now the software will do this.
Song submissions are now closed.
Or,
Welcome to Club Fawkes. Tonight's submitters are QR40V3, Darren Ryle with 3 songs, Hunter Gatherer with 3 songs, Joshua's Tree and Tech with 3 songs. We've still got room for more, so head to the submission page to add your song.
that's cool, isn't it? Yeah, it's... I was really happy when I got this operational. It does take a little bit to get running, like I said, but it just drops it into the queue. But at the beginning of the show, you guys can actually hear who's dropped in songs, because that's one of the questions. It's like, did my song get in? Well, yeah, your stuff got in. You could hear. So, always trying to add something, trying to make this a little bit more interesting. And as I said, I'm going to try to get the Suno comments in to the preview window as well, so that when we play a song through preview, it will actually come up with the comments and everything in here. Reason being is nobody really knows what's happening with Suno fully as of September the 3rd, so I want to try to set it up so that we can still maintain the ability to post comments and all that easily from the show. I don't think they're going to shut off any access to that. It doesn't make any sense to be honest. But BMG's gotten involved with this too, so one of the ways I was looking at it is, for those around that were around during the Napster days, there was a lot of applications. There was like LimeWire, there was Kazaa, there was Shiraza, there was eDonkey, eMule, in addition to stuff like Napster. So what happened, oh yeah, LimeWire, can't forget that either. But what happened basically was the music industry said, yeah, well, you can't have any of that. We're just going to shut it and kill it all completely down. And there's still some piece, some bits that are out there. I think eMule actually still exists. That sort of a thing. But as a result of that, they couldn't have cared less about what was happening with the with that industry at the time. Rather than just trying to support it or expand it, or create a new market, they just killed it. It was their best solution. So I'm worried a bit in the fact that there's that possibility for us too, but I don't think that genie can go back into that bottle. I don't think that they can go outright kill things now. They may try to force things into, again, the walled garden and try to run it through their artists so that it's a way to generate more money for the labels. But I think there's options now, and this is some of the stuff I'm looking at too. So small little bit, as I said, trying to make it so that we've got the ability to post comments and all that from outside the show, or outside the wall. So that's why I'm working on that tomorrow. Anyways, I had set up some stuff already. Oh, here's another one. See? Pull this up, and then I bring this in, and it will tell me.
Song submissions are now open.
Like that. Cool. Okay, so I ran a shuffle already. We had Maiko and a couple more songs come in, but I'm going to start off with Hunted Gatherer. The War Has No Victory. And that is, this song is about my ongoing battle with major depressive disorder that has been ongoing for decades with no end in sight. And I will copy this one, drop this into the chat. Yeah, I've seen the. Yeah, I'm happy with it. Like, the announcer turns out really good, or really well, and does some really clear announcements. I have one set up as well with Tech Cowgirl software as well if she chooses to use it. And the voice I created over there I called Dude. So based off of one of the personas that I use for Suno. So if she uses it, you'll get to hear it on her show. So, but yeah, there we go. I also have a male voice on this side too, but nobody wants to hear a grumpy old computer voice, except for me, because I like the guy. That was the first computer I was ever actually exposed to. It was on a bad 70s TV show called The Star Lost. So the main computer guy that was on there was where I was exposed to it. Anyways, let's get Hunted Gatherer going.
I've been fighting the same war for most of my life. The uniforms change, the weapons change, the enemy didn't. They call it depression, like that's the whole thing. A word on a chart, a box that gets checked. But I've lived inside it long enough to know some kingdoms have winters that don't end. There are black dogs outside the walls, some sleep beneath my bed, some wait in the hallway, some sit beside me when I wake. I learned their names before I learned how to live without them. There is no final battle, no army coming home, no flag above the castle, no enemy overthrown. I just keep the gates standing, I keep the fires lit. I wake up every morning and refuse to give them this. I've watched whole years disappear behind fog, lost days to the walls, lost nights to my thoughts. I've learned how a mind can become its own prison, and how every locked door can start to look like home. People say, keep fighting, like fighting means someday you win. But what if the war is the thing you have to keep living in? What if survival isn't a finish line? What if it's the next morning? There is no final battle, no army coming home, no trumpet in the distance, no place where the darkness goes. I just keep the gates standing, I keep the fires lit. I wake up every morning and refuse to give them this. Sometimes the dogs get through sometimes they take the town. Sometimes I lose so much ground. The walls get closer every year, but somewhere underneath the rubble and the ash, there's still a little voice that says, get up, not because tomorrow gets better, because you're still here. I've stopped asking when it will end. I've stopped waiting for the perfect morning. Maybe there isn't one. It's possible healing isn't the kingdom without the dogs. Maybe it's knowing where they are and learning which doors to keep locked. The dogs are still there. The walls are still here. I don't need to win. I just need to stay. There is no final battle, no army coming home, no perfect little ending where I'm finally cured. There is only this morning and whatever comes next. Another day defended, another breath to protect. I don't have to beat them, I don't have to make them disappear. I just have to stay here long enough to see another year. The black dogs are still outside, I can hear them now. I've known them for decades, but the fire is burning and the doors are locked. Tomorrow I'll see how close the walls are.
That was Hunter Gatherer with The War Has No Victory. So, do me a favor one of these days and tell me if you're ever going to accept that your lyrics are amazing. Because I'm going through here and I just, well, you've always been able to put this very personal spin with your songs and the rest of it. And this is very much a personal song, but it's really the whole thing of going and saying that, you know, every day in life is a battle and you're going through here, and some days you win and some days you maybe hold things off and other days you know, the town is taken. And at the end of the day, it's like surviving it and going on for another day. That's really about the best that a lot of people do, right? Some people make it look absolutely amazing, and some people just, you know, they are on top of that surfboard and they're riding the 50-foot wave, and you know, and they have their doing the handstand and they have all the pretty girls and all this kind of stuff. And with other people, it's a case of, I've done something absolutely just spectacular and I got out of bed. And partially it had to do with the fact that I don't want to, you know, pee the bed, but I got out of bed and I was able to get my day started, and I'm looking out the window and I realized that, you know, that still exists and I'm still here. And sometimes, you know, that's really the base that you have to start off with. It's all about the small victories, right? And with some people it's effortless, and with other people it's not. And I think the key for anything really is just realizing that another day that you're still here, that is another win in the war, another battle in the war that I guess keeps you on the planet. But the sound is clear as always, and the lyrics are so just in depth. And I love Hunter Gatherer because of that. He's taking something that is initially it's a style of music that some people would not generally listen to, being almost like the folk punk sort of style is not something that a lot of people would be like, I'm gonna like stream this in every nightclub or whatever. But I love the sound so much. Like it is very similar in some ways to like what Mumford and Sons did, and he's made this entirely of his own and has created this identifiable thing of beauty, really. And yeah, beauty can be built on tragedy. Beauty can be built on loss, and you can't have as an example muscle growth without micro tears, right? So, man, this is just it's a spectacular song. I really can't thank you enough for bringing this over. As always. I need to pop out the chat. No, man, thanks for bringing it. Here we go. I'm going to put the chat in settings here so we can get this onto the screen. There we go. Because then I can kind of keep a thing as to what's happening on the screen. But no, if you guys have never heard Hunter Gatherer before, you guys really need to, get on that. That's the best way I can describe it. Just love it. Okay, so give me a second here, and I will put the chat. There it is, and put this over here, and put this behind. This is where it's supposed to be. It's over here. There. Now I'll put this underneath the message highlight. No, where are we? Shoutouts. No. I'll just move it down until it disappears. We'll do that way. Show progress. Okay, that'll work. Okay, let's get back over to here. And I'm going to run Crazy Love next. I'm trying to make sure that everybody that's come in has a first song. I'm going to run this as rounds as well. Maiko needs to move up. And then we will put there we go. All right, then we'll prove the other two. Good. Okay, let's get Crazy Love played. She just has the one in, and that is My Favorite Prison. New release, Sensual Demonic Possession. Okay. Paste that in the chat. Video is not a normal one. Oh, okay. Cool. There, I'll move this over here and then I can put that over there. Extremely niche genre. Has Churchill's reference Dogs of War as well? I mean, that was something that Pink Floyd leaned into as well. Okay, ears are peeled. Let's play this one. And grab the lyrics. Oh, by the way, one of the other things you guys may hear is I've put an equalizer in behind here to try to improve the sound a bit. So let me know how these go.
You don't have to be afraid of me.
You don't have to be afraid of me. I learned to swallow every scream until my silence started screaming back. Kept every fracture underneath my skin, smiled while my whole world turned black.
Then you came crawling through the cracks.
A voice beneath the noise inside my head. You didn't ask me to be beautiful, you only asked me to let you in. And I should run, I know I should,
But you know every wound, the way nobody ever could. Let me carry it.
pull me closer till I can't remember where you end and I begin. Hold me under, let me drown inside the darkness underneath my skin.
Call it possession.
I call it finally letting go.
If this is a prison,
Why does it feel like home? My favorite prison.
my favorite prison.
Your hands are ghost across my thoughts. Your voice is velvet wrapped around a blade. You touch the parts I keep concealed and somehow make me unafraid.
I stopped fighting when I realized you never wanted me to disappear. You wanted every hidden piece, every ugly truth I couldn't bear.
Now when you whisper, I lean closer.
When you disappear,
I need you more.
you wanted to feel something.
So make me feel
Pull me closer.
till I can't remember where you end and I begin.
Hold me under.
Let me drown inside the darkness underneath my skin.
You call it possession.
I call it finally letting go.
If this is a prison,
Why does it feel like home?
I used to hate the darkness, now I wait inside it.
I used to fear your voice.
Now silence feels violent.
You took my anger, you took my pain, you kissed every scar I tried to hide away.
And somewhere between the fear and the pleasure,
I stopped asking.
to be free. then I'll never leave.
My favorite prison.
That was Crazy Love with My Favorite Prison. So this had a really, really strong Evanescence-like sound. I was going, well, as we were going through listening to this, I was thinking it very much has the kind of back and forth with Evanescence and Amy Lee specific as well. Because the voice is very similar to Amy's. There's not as much depth in it, I guess you could say, with this persona. But it's a very strong voice. But, obviously you don't want to be sitting here copying Evanescence either at the same time, right? But this is entirely what I got. It's a similar sort of theme as to what you would have with a song from Evanescence. And the message itself was something that you would see in like an Evanescence track. And it's kind of starts off with, just the world, and basically things started to seep in, and then the voice popped in and learned to understand that person, right? And now it's a thing of this person, entity, voice, character, persona inside the person is so much a part of the original character in the song that it's not something where they can really let go, because it would be like cutting off half your body, that sort of thing. It's almost like an armor or like an exoskeleton is kind of how it was coming across in the song. Going in and taking that and removing that exposes you, right? Or takes away the protection or the part that helps to bolster you. And then, of course, you wanted, when you disappear, I need you more. You wanted to feel something, so make me feel it. Pull me closer till I can't remember where you end and I begin. Hold me under, let me drown inside the darkness underneath my skin. So, yeah, it's less of a parasitic sort of relationship and more of a symbiotic one is kind of what is happening with this one. So lyrics wise, it was really cool, and the sound wise, like I said, it sounded very Evanescence like, and I like Evanescence, so for me this is neat. We shall mark this one as played, and thanks Crazy Love for dropping that off. So I'm seeing a song by Tech here at the top, CPR, The Girl with All the Gifts. So I just did that, didn't I? You know what I just did? I did not post the link into the chat like a good streamer is supposed to. Give me a second. I'll go and retrieve that. This is where I need music that goes do 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 do. Yeah. Doesn't help when I remember at the end, right? I'll show you in a sec. And that's Crazy Love. What are you doing with Equalizer A high? So what I'm doing is I've put this in as a back end, and literally this is experimental. So I've got all my normal stuff here, my announcements and all this stuff. And over here I have an equalizer and a visualizer. And I currently have this as flat. And if I flip it over to, which I thought I had it on, was the small speakers, it will go and give me this settings, or these settings. So I'm boosting some of the levels. This is the mid-range, bringing that down a little bit, and then boosting a bit of the higher levels. So you should hear the difference on the next song. I thought this was already on, to be honest, because it was supposed to be, which means that it's not saving it between the states where it's on a reboot. So I'll have to make sure that's permanent. But that's my back end there. So check the chat quick. Yes, correct. It is an out to your audience. Well, strictly speaking, it is in the software, which means that I should hear it at the same time as you guys. So it's underneath the software itself, so it should affect everything. Okay, let's try running this one with CPR. Left and stuff also. Do you find people don't? I think that for a lot of people, they're simply going with whatever comes directly out of Suno, right? Not everybody does, but I thought in general this would. It's an experiment ultimately, and I was hearing a big difference on the sound with it and without it. So this is what I was hoping to try. So. Well, let's try CPR here, and then we'll see if there's a difference on the sound. Because this should also affect anything to do with YouTube and that kind of an idea too. So.
Every Sunday after supper, Esther walks that little hill. She don't always bring a flower, most times she just sits there still. Runs her fingers on the lettering, lets the evening settle in. Then she tells that quiet stone about the week she's had again. She knows he played the bluebird, had a gentle way, how he saved a little girl on the night he went away. They said the ceiling had come down, smoke was black against the moon. Somebody heard a baby crying from a corner of the room. Deacon found her underneath a table with the fire closing fast. Found an opening in the wall and lifted her through the gap. Somebody waiting outside reached down and took her hand. Deacon pushed her toward the daylight, then the fire took the man. And she grew up with his name in every story people told, about the night the bluebird burned, about a man who wouldn't go. She never knew his face or heard him speak her name, but every breath she takes today came through that wall of flame. Miss Ruby said he loved his music. Old Joe said he loved to drink. Some remembered him for laughing, some remembered how he'd think. But when they talked about that night, their voices always changed, like they could still see that opening, still see him in the flames. She carried those stories with her through every year that came, and somehow all those little things made a stranger feel less strange. Now she's working nights as a doctor, white coat hanging from her shoulders. She knows the sound a mother makes when she's trying not to break. She knows how long a hallway feels when you're waiting on a door. And when somebody's hurting, she stays beside them a little more. There's something in the way she holds them, something steady in her hands. Maybe some things find their way back to where they first began. She was too young to know him, but his name was always there. There was a man named Deacon who gave her his last breath. Now she knows what that cost him. Now she knows what he gave. And every time she saves somebody, she lays a flower on his grave. Sometimes she talks to him at sundown, though she knows he can't reply. I hope you would have liked me, Deacon. I hope I made your life mean something. Then she smiles at the foolishness of talking to a grave, but she comes back every Sunday just the same. And there are children in her waiting room who don't know her story yet. There are fathers holding newborns with their faces full of fear. And Esther takes their little hands like somebody once took hers. She gives them back their mornings, she gives them back their words. The moon is up behind the trees, the town is settling down. Esther lays her hand upon the name beneath the ground. She sits there for a little while, a low bass line drifts her way. She smiles, though she doesn't know why, and whispers, "Good night, Deacon."
That was Psychotech with CPR, The Girl with All the Gifts. So, this is cool. I mean, this is a continuation of the first album, I believe. I haven't had a chance to listen to this other than just literally on the stream, but this sounds like this is coming from the second album, and I'm sure Psychotech will remind me if I'm wrong, or let me know if I'm wrong, but I love the fact that he's continuing on with this story. I'm hoping that as that second album unveils, that we'll see more people from the lives of CPR, or who CPR has had an influence on or an impact on. But this one is very much a case of the girl that Deacon had saved. She is paying back the gift of life with paying it forward. So it's very cool. I love this one. Exactly. Follow up to the House of Ash. Can I change it as stuff is playing? So if you hear a problem, yes, I can. Oh, Ardentera's rating. Welcome, Ardentera. All right. Let's see. DT77S. So if it's too much highs, you'll really hear it. So how did that actually sound, Bark? Did that sound okay running through? I guess let me know. I will mark this one as played. All right. I'm gonna run Joshua's tree next, making sure that everybody has at least a song played. What that means, I should pull this one up. And make sure that Tom F is in the top here, which he was not. I had him further back. We need to fix that. And Maiko's in the front here as well. Okay. Sorry, just give me a second while I move stuff around. So one thing with my software is you got to be very specific when you're moving things. But it's also designed not to make it easy either, because realistically this should be transparent, right? If I'm moving stuff around, and the rest of you guys should be able to see what's going on. All right, and then I was going to move myself back up here as well. All right, cool. All right, we're going to do Joshua's Tree, which is Sonic Archer. This is a brand new track. It's a bit harder than my previous submissions. It's not about lost love or political outrage, nor is it religious, as many of my songs or my other songs are. This one is an anthem, if you will, to all the people who have contributed to the negative aspects of my life, especially those who have purposely tried to cause harm or drag my name through the mud. Thanks in advance for giving me a space to share. Truly appreciate it. Shout out to my boy Tech for all the feedback and support. Excellent. Let me paste this. Yeah, I should take those breaks more often, but I've always have things percolating, I guess you could say. So, can I contribute a song to that for you? I'd love to do a song with CPR. Just kind of something in the same style. That could be, let's say, somebody that somebody has influenced, right? If I could, help, I'd certainly like to do that. because I like the story that you're making. So I could do a bartender who is serving the brothers. That's a thought. But let's play Joshua's Tree.
I know exactly what you are. Every single time you speak, you prove yourself a liar. Fuck your fake smiles and the smug laughs. No empathy for fraud's gonna be a bloodbath. If you think just because you hide behind your pain, it serves any purpose in defending what you've done, but you'll be wrong, motherfucker. Think no one can touch ya. Got a bullet, says what up, yeah. Just hold that thought. I'm about to clear your head. Had a lot on your mind. Now you are just a stain that spreads. Walking silently among the dead. You built your kingdom out of rock. Every promise was a lie. You wore your suffering like armor just to justify the crime. Now every mask is fucking useless. Every secret's coming loose. You can't hide behind your history when the past is coming through. You want forgiveness. You want sympathy. You want me to forget what you did to me. No. You don't get to rewrite this. No. You don't get to fucking twist this. You made your bed, you chose the blade. Now watch the fire eat your name. I see you clearly now. No disguise, no hiding place, no alibi. Everything you buried is clawing its way back.
first of all, let me do one thing, which I don't think I did yet. And I'm going to post this into... Yeah, I didn't share the CPR link. See, this is way... Like, you guys are saying, oh, I'm great. No, I'm not. Sometimes I really forget stupid stuff. Like basic stuff. Like, let's go and share the links to the songs that we're actually playing at the time that we're doing it, right? That would be useful. Breathe in, breathe out, share the song link. Yeah. I'm trying. I'm very trying. Okay. And then we'll grab Joshua's tree. Yeah, I haven't had any yet, actually, today so far, so. No, sorry, I had one. And that was about 3 hours ago. What I did do, though, is I make my homemade, my own little homemade coffee treats. Or I guess you'd call them. Which is basically coffee in a can, so. I've had one of those today, and I've had a regular coffee. But those are in. All right. So now that I've shared the link, this it seems like we're doing yet another theme, which seems to be survival. So far, every song, except for my initial one that was just played for fun, seems to fit that. And Screamo is not normally a genre I do because, and I think I've mentioned this in the past, the very first instance of Screamo I ever had heard was Me Did It All for the Cookie back in, Napster days. So because of that, it is forever tainted, I guess you could say, Screamo for me. So that every time I hear somebody doing Screamo, I hear Cookie Monster singing it. And it's like, Cookie, you're so full of angst. But this song, looking at the lyrics and the rest of it, this is very much a survival song, right? This is a case of, you people are trying to bring me down. You're trying to basically scrabble on top of me to raise yourself at my expense. And I have a survival song like this one as well that I don't share that often. I don't put out there that often. But this is a song that is in that genre, which is, people are saying, and Lord knows I know enough people like this, that will go and kind of have the mask in front of their face with the big smile, and this is the person that is a public image, and they will go and present with that public image a completely false narrative, right? And they seem to be very, very happy to do it because in their own mind, they're telling a truth. And this can be a misinterpretation, either purposefully or unintentionally, of somebody else. And because they are operating off of that mountain of truth in their own mind, they build this story and this narrative. And it can be to push the other person down, or it can be just to, keep them down, or in some cases just to make themselves feel better. And this is one of the reasons why I'm going to say this like this. I like dogs because dogs don't have game like that. They are very much a thing of, this is how I feel in the moment. I love you. I hate you. I'm hungry. I want food. There's no real, I shouldn't say no real manipulation. There is some. Dogs do learn that I'm going to give you puppy eyes and therefore I'm going to get whatever it is that I want. That works on me spectacularly well. As anybody who knows me can go and tell you, I'm the world's biggest suck when it comes to dogs. But that aside, Um, I love the honesty and the simplicity of a dog because of that. You don't have to try to interpret what the dog is feeling. The dog doesn't have to do any of that. It tells you directly, this is what I need. I need this, I need that. I need to go outside. I need to go walkies. I need to have some water. I need to have love. I need to have a tummy rub. In the case of one of our dogs here, hey, I'm trying to get your attention. I need to have a butt scritch. And that happens where he will go and push his head down onto the floor and put his bum as high as he can possibly get it. And there's no mistaking that. People don't operate this way. Bum in the air aside, there's interpretation or mannerisms you have to try to understand it. There's always subtext, right? So people are not as easy to work with or to deal with as a dog is. It's a case of they will say one thing, they could mean half of that. There's aspects in their head that is true, even if it isn't really true. And there's always the guessing or the game there that has to be figured out. And sometimes, again, building this entire dialogue or this mountain of fact in their heads means that they feel that they can be morally right to put the other person down, or they are a they, and therefore, as a result of that, they aren't subject to the same leniencies, I guess you could say, as in us, right? So I've ran into the sort of person that this one is described here. You think just because you hide behind your pain it serves any purpose in defending what you've done. Like, that was my dad. That was entirely my dad. In my case, my father basically drank himself to death. And what his family did was they survived it. And this is what this song is very much a survival song of, I've been scarred and I've been wounded and I've been hurt. And as a result of that, I've gotten past you now, and you can try to justify whatever it is that you've done. It's no longer going to work because I'm up on your game. I know what you're doing. I don't have to be part of that anymore. So and I think part of the lyrics in this case are, there's the anger obviously of it, but I think the base part of this is entirely a survival. You want forgiveness, you want sympathy, you want me to forget what you did to me? No. You don't get to rewrite this. You don't get to twist this. You made your bed, you chose the blame, now watch the fire and eat your name, right? This is what happened, again, with my own dad, too, in the fact that at the end he was wanting us to give him his boots so he could go home and he could die at home. And that was too late for that. Like, literally, there was no way that was going to happen because of his condition. He couldn't be moved. So he had built literally the bed that he died in as a result of his years of abuse, right? So people do this emotionally all the time. They will, again, interacting with others, they build the narratives and they build the stories, and that is what causes this all to happen, right? And some people feel justified in it, and there could be a case of they initially do this for some motivated reason, self-motivated reason usually, and at the end of the day they build this entire franchise out of, here is my story, you are wrong, you are bad, and therefore I'm justified in what I do. But when it comes back and literally they run the same game and you're past that now, it deprives them of their power over you in that. And there's always the anger. Like literally for me, when I was 15 years old, if I would have had access to explosives, I would have gone down to where the factory was that actually made the alcohol that my father used to like to drink all the time, and I would have blown the place up. If I had the means and I had the ability, that's my anger at the time. Now it's a case of looking back at it. The problem wasn't the alcohol so much as the problem was my father was completely broken. And that person basically died at the age of 15, and the world proceeded past him, and he never kept up with it. So survival in some cases is a thing of you come out of it barely. In other cases you come out of it stronger, but you never come out of it unchanged. And I think that's what I'm getting out of this song as well. And like I said, Screamo isn't normally something I listen to, but I could just as easily hear this song done as an R&B or a blues, and this would be the same message. So that was cool. I really like this Minecraft, and I hope I gave it some justice in my looking at it. I haven't checked the chat yet, but I'll do that right now as I go and post the links. There's also a great deal of getting to a breaking point in this when people realize they don't really want what you gave them, but it's too late. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, that's the game, right? This is what I'm comfortable with, what I've built up. I'm expecting you to react like this, and now I can't do any different because I can't grow past that. But in your case, you have grown past that, and you don't have to play that game anymore. So we should mark that one as played, because I noticed that I had put the link in. Yay, me! All right, we have Sweetheart Pro Wrestling, Alice Tanner as well. So let's go and approve that, and I'm going to move Sweetheart Pro Wrestling and an Alice Tanner song in. And we will grab the first one that came in for Alice. Okay, Tech Cowgirl was next, and Maiko, and Tom, and myself. Okay, good. And now it's just a case of moving this back from where it was, which was here, 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 and here, I think. No, I got it backwards. All right. Let's just move this around. So it was Tech, Maiko, Tom F. There we go. Yeah, after I do the initial batch here, I'm going to put this back into rounds, and then at that point, it will have, should have, everybody sorted. And more or less in the order we came in. Oh. Tom gets ahead of me. There we go. Okay, so Tech Cowgirl, August 15th show. Rhiannon's Lament, public link. So I will copy. Hey, Alice. Bark Magnitude agrees with Ardentera Dog Magnus. Yeah. Yes, very much so. Humans are not very good with the dog understandings. Agreed. All right. Let's open up the band lab. So case in point, here would be a way to get myself in trouble right now if I went and said, okay, so while this is going, I'm going to run down and grab myself a coffee. That is a no. That is a bad. I've learned this. This is a bad. You do not do this. So let's read this out. Rhiannon's Lament tells of a mother falsely accused after her child vanishes, carried an acoustic Welsh folk tradition. Written and produced by Tech Cowgirl, performed by Ardentera. So there's where it's like, oh, okay, I'll be right. No, I'm not going to do that. I need to sit and listen to this song because I would be bad if I did not do that. So I will do that.
The candles burned with a trembling light as the moon climbed pale and thin. A child was placed in my waiting arms and the whole world softened in. But the hush of night grew heavy then, like a shadow drawn too near. And when dawn rose gold on Duffet's hills, my cradle held only fear. My arms are empty, my name stained red, a mother blamed for a child not dead. The truth walks slow through the valley's breath, and I bear its weight with every step. Oh, let the wind remember me, though sorrow wears me thin, for I carry shame that is not mine, till my lost son returns again. To a vanished child, and their terror split the night. They chose deceit over punishment, let falsehood guide their fright. With blood of a pup they stained my gown, and laid guilt upon my brow, while I slept unaware of the cruel disguise that chained my spirit now. My arms are empty, my name stained red, a mother blamed for a child not dead. The truth walks slow through the valley's breath, and I bear its weight with every step. Oh, let the wind remember me, though sorrow wears me thin, for I carry shame that is not mine, till my lost son returns again. They set me down by the palace gate, a horse for every guest. On my back I bore the weight of men, while the world believed the rest. But I held my peace like a steady flame, for the heart knows what it knows, and truth, though slow in its weary shoes, still finds the path it chose. One day the road will carry him home, one day the stars will speak, and the light that slipped from my arms that night will return with the dawn I seek. My arms are empty, my name stained red, a mother blamed for a child not dead. But truth walks sure with a quiet breath, and I'll bear this weight with every step. Oh, let the sky remember me, let mercy find me then, for sorrow breaks but does not end when my lost son comes home again.
So that was Rhiannon's Lament by Tech Cowgirl. Let's copy the linky, put the linky into the chatty. Oh, there we go. And it happens sometimes with the links from BandLab. So let me grab the link or the name here from the BandLab link. And Nightbot just went and put a long thing in there. All right. Brought the whole thing in the 4-paw tap dance and wiggle. Yeah, that's a dog for you. It's like, shake it, and I got it. Finishing up song 5 to submit shortly. Then we'll hear that one later. We'll hear song number 2 as well, where Rhiannon meets her soon-to-be husband, Prederi? Cool. Soon-to-be husband and Prederi. P-R-I-H-D-E-R-R-E-Y. Prederi. Hopefully I got that. For lunch real quick. Yep, go for it. I hope you don't mind if we don't wait for you. All right. So this is a song in a what sounds to be going to be an album, or at least an entire story. So this sounds, again, it's funny how sometimes well, it seems like most shows wind up having a theme that kind of goes across maybe a few shows or a week or something. And this one appears to be about survival. Again, she's been accused of the murder of her child, and the child was kidnapped or something, but has had they've made it look like she's actually murdered her child. So she is having to deal with the fallout of their actions. Probably I will, yes, learn Welsh pronunciations eventually. I should. I mean, there is that background, right? I was walking her dog and I took her diaper outside to throw away, and she pulled up from the porch to give me a huge dog hug. Oh, for me? Oh, thank you. I like dirty diapers, yeah. It's like 20 years before the child returns home. Well, at least the child comes back, I guess. I mean, it's not going to be ultimately a happy ending because, you know, the child was taken from the child's mother, but, you know, at least the child didn't die, and at least the child does eventually come back, I guess. It looks like it's going to be a in-depth story, though, that's for sure. Story arc. Yeah, so happy ending for the mother. Well, except for the lost years. But hopefully a truly happy ending for the mother would be a case of where the kidnappers are brought to justice, the child returns, you know, after a period of time, or at least if the kidnappers are not brought to justice, they die horribly in a war that happens at that point. And, you know, got their just desserts as a result of that. Yeah, so the entire album should be good. It sounds to me like this is one of those cases where we put it out as a run, put it up for virtual album and do a play on it, which the software does. Just to mention, I had done that before we started. Actually, I'd set up contains up to 12% human and set that up as a virtual album and had that playing initially just to make sure that worked okay. So it does. But it turns out I do need to do a little bit of work on the virtual albums where I'm selecting various songs, because what it proceeded to do was try to click on give me a link for a virtual album that browser does not understand, and then at that point I had to run each song individually. So that still apparently needs some work. I did have it running at one point though, so I'm not sure why it's decided to break, but that is the way that it is. But let's mark this one as played, and then we will move to Maiko. And when I get down to myself, when I get down to Alice, then at that point I'll put it into the rounds, and then we will mix all that up. Maiko Synth, Wake and Bake Sunrise, official 4K visualizer, a new Maiko Synth song I made last night. Cool. "24 songs in each quarter. Long way to go." It was fairies that stole the child as he got raised by a neighboring king. He got left on another castle's doorstep. Yeah. Why would fairies... Well, I know why fairies would take a child. It's because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we can do it. But why would they then drop the kid off? Maybe it was the thing of, yeah, we don't want to deal with this literal shit. Let's put him here. Okay. Maiko's visualizer is in here, and I put that in the chat. All right, let's play this. All right, that was Micah Synth with Wake and Bake Sunrise, official 4K visualizer. That visualizer is really good, man. Like, just post this here. See, when I get into it, it's like, yeah, this isn't so tough. I can go and make sure that I'm getting messages over everywhere it needs to go. And then I'll miss one or two. See, I really hate this Python. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Python either. Still, yeah, fairies are mischief. They give it to another kingdom just because they can. You bet. Because it causes, problems. But yeah, first light, it's like waking up and kind of beginning to see the dawn, and yeah, it's cool. Visualizer is awesome, and sound is good. So I'm hoping that you guys are hearing a difference with the visualizer. Like I said, not the visualizer, with the equalizer. I'm attempting to do some new stuff with the platform, and as far as I know, nobody else has put an equalizer into the backend software of their for the shows. So I'm hoping this works. Experiments, right? Give something a try, see how it goes. And I like it, but I need you guys to tell me when you guys have done work on your songs, if the equalizer does anything to the work you've done. I guess would be the best feedback I can get on it. Oh, I started screwing around with Android Studio because I'm in the process of going and taking an app that I'm working on, and I'm trying to make it into a mobile app, right? Android Studio is a horrible interface. Just if nobody's ever seen it and you start screwing around with it, its UI is bad. Like, I'm going to probably wind up having to do some kind of a script that literally I click on one and it does the build, and then I click on the other one and it generates the APK, because I don't even want to go into it. It's like you click on one button down here, and then you have to go up in a menu and down across over here to generate your app. It's like, who thought of this dumb thing? Right hands for I'll have to look into that. Anti-gravity ID. Okay. So, I see what she's saying. Yeah, I've got an accidental one there. Hang on. That shouldn't be there. Is this it? There we go. That got it. That's the way that's supposed to be. Fork of VS Code. Is it still Microsoft based? What was I using? Wasn't VS Code. I'll have to look. I've been doing a lot of stuff just using open code, so that's been helping me a lot. Oh, by Google? It's a bit better, I think. Yeah, I think Google is a bit better than Microsoft these days, but they're not as pure as they used to be. But it didn't fix it. It's in the Club Fawkes logo at the top of the screen, mucked up. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, I see that. That it's going to be in the overlay probably itself, isn't it? One sec. Yeah, see, it's the overlay itself. So if I get rid of the overlay, I get rid of the whole setup there. So I will have to adjust the overlay after the show. All right. Anyways, let's get Tom F going. This is Still Fighting by Sister Midnight and Tom F. This is my lyrics and music. Sorry, let me phrase that differently. This is my lyrics and music. And Sister Midnight singing. Singing my wife. What is she singing her wife into being? Yes, I know I'm being an ass. And Sister Midnight singing my wife. There we go. Grab the link. Which I've already posted there. Yeah, phrasing. It'll definitely get you in trouble. It says YouTube. Awesome. I could fix it just by pulling out a ladder out of there, but yeah, I'm not too worried about it at the moment. I'll fix it. Yeah. Okay, let's get this going.
Staring at the ceiling, counting every crack. Mirror shows a stranger staring back. Hands won't stop shaking. Feel the gravity. Every step forward drags the anchor under me. But somewhere underneath this skin, a quiet voice wearing thin. I'm still here, I'm still fighting. Ever on the ledge and the wind keeps biting. I'm still here and the light is blinding. I'm in the way of my own designing. Still here.
That was Tom F. with Still Fighting by Sister Midnight and Tom F. My lyrics and music and her singing. So I want to check one thing here. So give me a second while I do this, because I have this thought, and maybe this is a thing that would be cool to try. So I'm going to pause this and wait for the page to load. And oh, interesting. Okay, it doesn't do that. What I was looking for was sometimes you can get the summaries. I thought it would be subscribed to you, but I guess not. Okay, there we go. Let me see if we can do this, because I want to see if we can actually get a summary of what Gemini thinks this song's about, because I think this would be kind of cool. Google Gemini. Go over to here. Can I get you to summarize a YouTube video? Share it, post it. Okay. You can provide it or a copy of it. Okay, I gave it the title. See, here's what I'm looking. Oh, it's unlisted. That's why it might not allow you to do that on an unlisted one. But let's check. Yeah, it's not going to do it because of it being unlisted. But that's fine. And that's what it's just saying. And then it guesses entirely. Oh, no. Actually, this is not too bad, I guess. But I'm guessing it's guessing this based off of the title alone. So, I was sitting here thinking, I gotta stop phrasing it that way. It drives me nuts after I do this. But I was thinking it might be interesting to go and take some videos that have been put out there and the rest of it, and see what the algorithms and some automated tools will actually come out with. Because I was listening to this one, because I like to listen to this one phrasing guy, like figure out different words. And it was like, again, another one of those survival songs. Sorry, I kind of went down a bit of a rabbit hole on this one, to be honest. And let me just do this. Click this in. And we'll just quickly review some of this. First of all, I like the sound of this. She's got an interesting voice. But let's see whether or not this will also do the subtitles. Yeah, here we go. So staring at the ceiling, the cracked mirror shows a stranger just staring back. Hands won't stop shaking. Feel the gravity every step forward. Drags the anchor under me. Again, being trapped and being kind of kept in place, right? Underneath the skin, a quiet voice, wearing sand. I'm still here. I'm still fighting. Again, survival. This goes into exactly what Psychotech was saying as well. On the edge and still fighting. What light is blinding? I'm in the way of my own designing. Keeping yourself back, yeah. And then, oh, here we go. Yesterday I tore down everything I built, drowned the garden, watered all the guilt. Try to stitch a smile on a bleeding mouth, every single compass pointing south, but somewhere underneath the skin, quiet voice wearing. Yeah, and that's what I was getting when I went through the first time. It's a survival song. You know, I'm still here, I'm still fighting, I'm on the land that keeps fighting, still here, the light is blinding, I'm in the way of my own designing. And the similarities with Psychotext, where it's literally the dogs outside the gate, and some days they get in and it tears down the town, but you know, you show up, I'm still here, I'm going to keep on with this as well. It's, yeah, survival. That's apparently the theme today. But I wanted to mention as well, I love her voice in the fact that it's almost like a Janis Joplin style voice. Like there's this unique sound to her singing. She's expressive around what sounds like kind of a core sound, which is kind of neat. It's like when she's singing, she's here and her voice goes out this way, right? So you have this tone, this core sound that's always there, and then she does the branches off from it. It's the best way I can kind of describe what I'm getting from that. Oh, by the way, Daphne is not the best character, just for the record. So, no matter how you try to dress her up, I still think Velma is the best character. Anyways, I just want to mention that because that popped up. But yeah, I grabbed the transcript for your experiment. There was no transcript because of the fact that the video is unlisted, so it wouldn't generate one. Disengaged enough to give us a summary. She's been singing for years. No, I was talking about yours. Your first, the first track that you put in there, where it was, you were singing about basically surviving, right? How the dogs are outside the walls, and occasionally the dogs breach the walls, and as they breach the walls and they take the town, and you're left in the ruins and the rubble, that you are hearing a voice that basically says get up and, you know, start again, right? That's how I was relating the song with Still Fighting. In this is another survival song, literally trying to get past, in this case, yourself, right, and your own self-sabotage. So being still fighting, not your song, Psycho. So or Psychotech. So you grabbed the transcript? Okay, cool. Oh, for Daryl Hall and John Oates. Oh, nice. Aw, you like me fumbling. Awesome. Well, hopefully I'm at least getting some of the core concepts. If I don't know the words, well, then I guess, yeah, I'm going to try to flail around and try to find something that fits. Or at least tries to get the idea across. Okay, let me go back to here. But yeah, thanks, Tom, for submitting that. Okay, here's where I can make a run downstairs and grab a coffee for myself. So let me set this up. It contains up to 12% human. So here's the thing. I didn't set out, well, I didn't set out to write my third comedy album, but I definitely didn't set out to write my fourth comedy album. And somebody, a streamer who shall remain Starface, had made a comment on one of his shows. This was a Wednesday show, and he made a comment that kind of, was like conspiracy theories. Aliens went and built the pyramids by going and lining their heads with aluminum foil, and then at that point they were safe from the 5G. The comment itself was not really important. It was the whole aspect of, it was a fun comment, right? And it triggered the idea for this song. So I wrote down this idea for the song, which was I Steal Medicine from My Horse. And I went down the rabbit hole going, why exactly is this still a memeable thing, about ivermectin and all that? And Claude gave me a whole bunch of stuff on it. And ChatGPT gave me some more on it, and Perplexity AI gave me some more on it. But I basically went, it's several years after COVID's whole setup, and there was the aspect of people were trying to find ways to deal with something that would potentially wipe out all of humanity. And ivermectin was something that was presented, and HCQ was something that was presented. And it was like, well, if you don't go along with what the medical establishment says, you are killing Granny and all this kind of stuff. And it was really a meme thing that happened as a result of it. Joe Rogan takes horror space, that kind of an idea. And I thought, well, this is ripe for some comedic appeal. So I wrote the song called I Steal Medicine from My Horse. And that was cool. And it's on the first, I figured it was going to be a one-off. And then I got an idea for another song. And those of you who know me well enough know by now that of course turned into an album, right? That album contains up to 12% human, and I just released it on Friday. But the first two songs, I Steal Medicine from My Horse, while I was doing that and went into the whole, left versus right, red versus blue, that whole idea behind it, I had this flash through my head of make everything grape again, because that was fun. And it's like, yeah, okay. So that became the basis for the second song. And then I heard somebody make mention of it contains up to 12% human content, because I was watching a video and they were using an AI detector. And that's what it said was, this album contains up to 12% human. I was going, oh, that's a great title. So I had the third song. And once I had the third song, well, okay, at that point I was pretty well committed to it. So not every song on this album is entirely a comedy album. Still Looks Cool to Me. It's a parody, is what that is. It is a pure 100% 1980s style synthwave parody song. And I decided that would be a great exploration of the genre there. So Please Hold was something that developed around doing some lounge music, because we've been working a little bit with Green Lounge Music and Green Lounge Records and the rest of it, and he likes lounge music. So I was like, well, let's do a lounge music style song. I went, hold music would be perfect for that. So yeah, we did that. Buffering is all about something that came out of another stream where they're just watching the spinning circle. That turned into buffering. I did that in basically prog house, almost Queen style music. And then at that point, it's like, okay, well, now I'm 7 songs in here. what don't I have? Well, I don't have an opera. So I took a song I keep going back to on and off that was on the first album, which was my Cybertruck Done Left Me. And I've done this a couple of times, revisited the song in a different genre. I did it with the third album, where it was My Cybertruck Left, but She'll Be Back Someday. Did that as a Motown version. And this one I thought, well, let's have some fun with the idea, and we'll do it as an opera. So that turned into Cybertruck Aria. Terms and Conditions, just fun, big band swing is what that is. Take something that's really dry and put some energy into it. That turned into Terms and Conditions. The last song was actually inspired by the work that Psychotech and Hunted Gatherer are doing, specifically doing something that is very kind of sit down, personal style work. And I thought, well, okay, this is the last song on the album. I've done a song or an album that, you know, contains up to 12% human right now. Let's do something that is just a purely human type song. And sat down and wrote 100% human. So you guys will be able to hear all of that up on BandLab. It is currently up there. But I'm going to do the title track now, which contains up to 12% human. And while you guys listen to that, I'm going to run down and get myself coffee. So here we go. I can release this now, can't I? Yeah, let's do it this way, though. I'm going to grab it off of here and put it on the BandLab one. And then this way you guys can actually go up and catch the full album from here. That's actually not a bad one. I think that would be fun. Oh, see, I couldn't do that without going and making the comment. Sorry, I'm reading the comment from Psychotech about why this title, envisioning a video of Ronald McDonald serving questionable meat. I couldn't do that without getting in the whole the UK getting served horse meat comment. That would have to be in there too. But let me put this in. Contains up to 12% human. Moi. There you go. Now you guys have the link. Okay. Human. See? I'm human. I made a spelling error. Here we go. And I'll grab coffee while you guys enjoy, question mark, this.
Authenticity verified. Approximate human content detected. 12%. I used to write my own songs. Stayed awake till 2:30. Now I type a single sentence, make it sound like something new. Click regenerate another, maybe make the chorus strong. If inspiration needs a coffee, I'll just let the robot hum. People say it's cheating, I call it workflow. Contains up to 12% human, crafted with efficiency, premium authenticity. 12% human, now with extra feelings. Factory installed meaning, certified organic soul. Quality controlled. Quality control. Won an award for songwriting, gave myself a standing ovation. Robot did the heavy lifting, I approve the punctuation. Creative director, visionary at the helm. I pick the font and album cover, that's basically art itself. Every masterpiece needs management. Contains up to 12%.
12% human.
Emotion sold separately, upgrade for empathy.
12% human. Hand finished perfection.
Minimal reflection,
Authenticity enhanced.
consumer approved.
New version available. Now remembers your feelings. Premium subscribers receive 3 additional metaphors and 1 complimentary childhood memory.
Please wait. Calculating passion found.
Loading 12%.
12%.
Contains up to
12% human.
Nothing here was accidental, artificial, sentimental.
12% human.
Just enough to feel sincere.
Not enough to interfere.
Guaranteed to sound profound.
Dance while thinking deep.
Human content. Verified. 11.8% within tolerance.
Authenticity verified. Approximate human content detected.
12%.
I used to write my own songs. Stayed awake till 2:30. Now I type a single sentence.
Make it sound like something new.
Click regenerate another.
Maybe make the
Chorus strong. If inspiration needs a coffee, I'll just let the robot hum.
people say it's cheating.
I call it workflow.
Contains up to 12% human.
Crafted with efficiency, premium authenticity.
12% human. Now with extra feelings.
Factory installed meanings.
Certified organic soul.
Quality controlled.
Quality control.
Won an award for songwriting. Gave myself a standing ovation. Robot did the heavy lifting.
I approve the punctuation.
Creative director. Visionary at the helm. I pick the font and album cover. That's
Basically art itself. Every masterpiece
needs management.
contains up to 12% human.
Emotion sold separately. Upgrade for empathy.
12% human. Hand finished perfection.
Minimal reflection.
Authenticity enhanced.
Consumer approved.
New version available. Now remembers your feelings. Premium subscribers receive 3 additional metaphors and 1 complimentary childhood memory.
Please wait. Calculating passion found.
Loading 12%.
12%.
Contain up to
12% human.
Nothing here was accidental, artificial, sentimental.
12% human.
Just enough to feel sincere.
Not enough to interfere.
Guaranteed to sound profound.
Dance while thinking deep.
Human content. Verified. 11.8% within tolerance.
Did that run twice? I hope it didn't. Ha ha ha. Not a three-peat. No way. And it wasn't a big cup of coffee. It's 2 this size. I also stopped to talk briefly, so I was being told that the summary and stuff had actually was happening and was going into Discord. So that repeating is happening on AI Play as well, and it appears to be as a result of the Suno code. So there we go, double feature. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I liked the sound of it. It was yeah, it was kind of silly, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I see that Inara has submitted a song. War Tigress is lurking, apparently, in the chat. That's part of what I was hearing. All right, Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. And then Alice Tanner, and then I flip it into the rounds, and then we will go from there. Candy had plans to go on a date with the mayor, but it kept getting postponed with, looks like Jade challenging her to a steel cage match for the date. It's a Twitch. That's Streetheart Pro Wrestling SPW Showcase. The gym date, can he keep up? Jade and the mayor. Okay, that's good to know. Be around in the shadows. Oh, yeah. Robot voice fascinates me. It's very cool. Yeah, the that was fun, actually. Because well, there's an entire story about that one too, but basically 3 of those every... Yeah, I do. 3 of those every morning. That's the only way sometimes to deal with my day, because Excel is not the most exciting thing in the world. And I get to work in it all the time. Anyways. If I took girlfriends to the gym, I would get in trouble, so I don't do that. Okay. Did I post that into YouTube? Yeah. No, I didn't. See, that's why I'm checking. Okay, paste. All right, here we go.
The mayor. Jade escaped the cage to win the match, which means that Candy will not be going on a date tonight. Now it is Jade who is owed a date, courtesy of me. It was Candy versus Jade in the steel cage to decide who would go on a date with the mayor. Jade escaped the cage to win the match, which means that Candy will not be going on a date tonight. Now it is Jade who is owed a date, courtesy of me.
Yeah, we finna hit the gym, babe. Let me see what you got. Spotlight on the squat rack. I'm owning this place. Flexing my gluteus, sweat dripping from my face. You pick up the little weights, I'm grabbing the big bar. Boy, you're cute, but you're just not that strong so far. Body goals, yeah, I'm lifting heavy. You try to match me, but you break like the levee. Gym day vibes, my curls and curves on display. I'm the lifting queen, you're my lightweight babe. You cheer me up When I hit my PR, I spot you gently. When you can't lift that bar, strong in spirit. Even if you're not so fit, side by side we grinding. God, I admire your grit. Every rep we own together, sweat and laughter, bring it on forever. Body goes, yeah, I'm lifting heavy. You try to match me, but you break like a levee. Gym day vibes, not curls and curves on display. I'm the lifting queen, you're my lightweight babe. You try to match me, but you're at my side. Catch my breath, we both ignite. Strong together, feel the fire tonight.
Okay, that was Sweetheart Pro Wrestling with SPW Showcase, the gym date. I didn't know you could do videos like that on Twitch. That is cool to know. Had to... Oh, and I'm probably echoing. One sec. Let me make sure that that is off on Twitch before I do the next one. So I'll flip over here briefly, and then I can mute it off of here, I believe. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I didn't know that you could do, like I said, videos stored on Twitch. So that's good to know. There's some possibilities there. So I think that she's going to break him, is what it looks like to me. And it looks like this is done in like Poser or Daz as a basis. At least those models appear to be like that. So that's actually really cool that you're doing that. So as opposed to just generating video through Hygen or something along those lines. Kling. Trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about. I rarely do videos, unfortunately. I've got some started. I've done a couple that I really need to continue as well, because I have an entire album that was released in December. That's literally trying to get that video out, or those videos out, to clean that album, get it done. Then I can use that as a basis for doing one that I did just in last month. But no, it's cool. Well, I know that they store and serve up the VODs, but I didn't know that we had a way to go and actually upload a video to Twitch and have it stored as a file up there that we can then serve for others to see. That isn't what that is not something I was aware of. Uh-huh. Okay. You can upload any kind of video you like on Twitch, just no one will ever find it. Okay. That's something I'll have to look at, because like I said, it's something I can think of some possibilities for. So, excellent. Thanks for that, Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. And I'm going to click on Alice Tanner next, and then at that point we can do the shuffle and get everybody done into rounds here. But But Alice Tanner, The Wrong Turn, The Village That Won't Let You Leave. The song explores quantum theory and the hypothesis that you have died and will die multiple times. Let me grab this and put this in the chat. Clip bits out of your live stream, but that's limited to a minute. Okay. Ah, see, it just about posted. Hang on. Yeah, just about posted Alice's link here as Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. So let's try that again. Paste. No, did it again. That to me tells me for a fact this is a YouTube link, because that's where it seems to have its problems. Especially the stuff that is, usually it's a u2.be link. Okay, so let's grab this one. And we will build the message so that this looks proper. I say that, and then it's doing something that is not proper. All right, let's just pull all this out. All right, there we go. That's got it. And we already have Alice Tanner in there. It just needs the link again. There we go. That's pasted properly. Go over to YouTube, paste it from here. Good. Okay, I'm going to click that. Now I'm going to go back to here because then I don't get an ad occasionally, because that seems to happen. But doing it like this means I don't get the ads popping up and interfering with the songs.
I took a wrong turn down a road I can't recall. No sign saying welcome, no sign at all. Just a village in the evening, with the rain upon the stone, and everyone was watching me like they knew I was coming home. Villagers came out and stared, then disappeared once again. Refused to offer me their hand, they wouldn't call me friend. One old man crossed himself, a woman just bowed her head, and someone muttered from a doorway, "You'd best be gone before you're dead." I asked, "Which way to the highway?" No reply. A church bell started ringing, though the vestry was empty inside. There are 8 of you now, that's what the old man said. 8 poor souls walking around this place, and 7 I fear are dead. There are 8 of you now, and the road won't let me leave. path, every door becomes one more, and everyone leads back to me. I lost my phone somewhere that night. My purse disappeared. No money, no number, no name that could be heard. I asked a boy beside the well, can you tell me where I am? He looked at me like I'd asked him to explain the hand of God. Then he said, you really shouldn't be here. I said, am I just inside my own head? He smiled and looked behind me. There was not a soul there. I took the northern road. It brought me to the square. I took the southern road. The same damn tree was there. I walked until the morning, until I saw the village gate, and the old woman was waiting, like she knew of my fate. There are 8 of you now. That's what the woman said. 8 poor souls walking around this place. 8 names nobody said. There are 8 of you now. And I asked her, who are they? She said, you'll know them when you meet them. Then she turned and walked away. Well, I went looking. 1 house, nothing. 2nd house, nothing. 3rd house, someone breathing behind the wall. I put my ear against the plaster and heard a voice say, 7. I stepped away. The voice said, 6. I ran. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There are 8 of us now. And yes, I know their names. 1 was lost upon the road, the next swallowed by the rain. 1 was buried underneath the church, another hanging from the old oak tree. 1 was standing in the village square, and 1 was staring vacantly back at me. There are 8 of us now. The old woman started to smile. She said, my darling girl, you've been here all the while. I turned around, and there they stood, 7 strangers with my face, 7 versions of the one I was. And the woman I'd yet to become, the old woman took my hand. For the first time, someone touched me, then whispered, now there are 7. I looked back at the village. There was no road, no houses, no people, only an empty field, and 8 sets of footprints leading into the rain. Then I heard a voice behind me. Wrong turn again. Again.
Good, I made sure that I was unmuted. That was Alice Tanner with Wrong Turn, the village that won't let you leave. So Alice was, I think, posting something in the chat. About let's see. Where was the first message? About it. Oh, here we go. A lot of questions about the song, so we'll be happy to field any questions along the way or at the end. And just catching chat. Okay, cool. So yeah, one of the things I got out of this was Alice has always been here as long as the here has existed. It's kind of like a bootstrap paradox in a way, where because of whatever happened to get Alice into the situation in the first place, in order for the paradox to, the bootstrap to maintain itself, Alice needs to be there. So however Alice got there in the first place, as a result of that, Alice will always be there and will always keep coming back to it. So Alice has lived her entire life from that moment in the village, and then at that point the event happens to go and cause Alice to meet the next version of herself. But the one Alice seems to be not living really in that moment, in the fact that she seems to have aged substantially over a period of time while living in the village, whereas the other Alices seem to be kind of fixed in the moment of where they are put into the situation. So to me, it seems like Alice has wound up hanging from the tree, or Alice has not survived in that moment, and that moment basically causes, or is showing some of the possibilities that can happen as a result of the situation. But where Alice survives, it seems like she comes out of the moment and becomes that, or eventually becomes the old woman. Swaps places, merges consciousness with the old woman. So at least that's initially kind of what I'm getting with this. And for those that aren't aware of what the bootstrap paradox is, Doctor Who actually went with Peter Capaldi really nicely explained it. And it was, you imagine you're a time traveler, you really like the works of Beethoven. And you decide, because you have your time machine, you're going to go and take the music of Beethoven and you're going to get it signed by the old German master. And so you get into your time machine, you go back in time to meet Beethoven, but nobody's ever heard of the guy. And you are back in the past for a period of time trying to, meet him and traveling around to try to actually make this, meet him and to have things happen. And you decide that the world can't live without Beethoven. So therefore you start to publish music as Beethoven, in order to make sure that the world has had the music that Beethoven has brought into the world. And as a result of that music then goes forward. You, in the future, who is your now past self, are exposed to the music of Beethoven and thereby learn to love it so much that you want to collect it all. And you build a time machine. That's the idea of a bootstrap paradox, where literally it goes and creates this loop as a matter of its own very existence that will always bootstrap it and to keep it going and going and going and going. So Alice has added in the alternative reality aspect to it as well, which is that every action kind of has this possible reaction that happens, right? some alternative universes will result in Alice goes into this state and then she dies. Alice is in the tree, or Alice is, down the well, or Alice is unable to get out of that moment. But if Alice makes it, then Alice becomes the old woman and lives her life to meet Alice. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this. Let me just check and see if Alice is responding to this and saying I'm full of crap. The wrong term was her accessing a part of her brain, memory, soul that she shouldn't have. Here inside is inside her head. Yeah, no, I completely agree that past, present, and future are all happening concurrently. I like the idea of basically everything existing is like a roll of 35 millimeter film, right? You have a movie that is shot and is in the can, and every moment that happens inside that movie concurrently for the characters, they start at the beginning of the movie and the film unwinds and they are having their moments and living their life and the rest of it inside of the film. And at the end of it, the film is now wrapped up on the rear wheel, and everything that's happened to them or will ever happen to them inside of that captured sequence existed simultaneously for us, because we can pull the reel out and look at it and hold it in our hand, and everything in their existence is there, past, present, and future existing simultaneously. And if you think about the nature of it, anybody that exists outside of a three-dimensional universe is going to be able to see exactly that. They could pick up everything that it ever could, has, or will happen inside of our universe and hold it like a can of 35 millimeter film, because for them it will be an object that exists, just something stationary for all intents and purposes. It will be containerized, right? So it totally makes sense. And yeah. More than one level of reality. Chastity disagrees. She believes she in creationism and only one world. So that's cool. And by its very definition, I think one of the best things I've ever heard it described is that we are here because it is a way for the universe to go and learn to understand itself, right? By going and having what is or has been, or however you want to call it, what makes up its the very nature of the universe, or anything that could have ever existed, will, or exist, is trying to understand itself. So you can have the alternative realities and the rest of it happening. And I like to think of that as being in dream, right? It's kind of a little bit of having your AM radio kind of tuned in because you're out of your normal consciousness, and you're picking up little sub bands or whatever that is broadcasting as well. So you're getting little glimpses and flashes of things that border where we are at. So yeah. So what do you think, Alice? Did I get on some of this? Tell Sister Chastity, though, that she's completely 100% right in her belief. That's a good, nice, generic way of putting it. You can believe whatever it is that you wish to have that works for you, and I'm happy for your belief in the world. And it's not wrong in the fact that, if the universe is making itself and experiencing itself, and there's infinite possibilities, then she's right in her world and her beliefs. But that also doesn't preclude atheism or scientific creationism or any other alternative ideas, because by its very nature, it all has to exist in one way or another out inside that big container, right? Could be, but we're trapped in 3 dimensions. We view everything in 3 dimensions. Whether or not we're trapped, maybe, it comes to mind is the old parable of I dreamed I was a butterfly, and when I woke up, I couldn't tell whether or not I was a butterfly dreaming he was a man, or a man who had dreamt that he was a butterfly. We're experiencing what we are going through now, and because we are trapped in that now, then we aren't aware of what else could be. That's my thought. All right. We don't know. That is correct. Because we're not supposed to know. Apparently, which I've had an argument with Tech Cowgirl about in the past, because it's like, well, if a person goes and is being brought here to, experience the world and all the rest of it, then why do you have a memory wipe when you're dumped here? Well, the way I've had it explained to me is because you have to go and learn what it is that you're here to learn. Well, okay, great. But why deliberately cripple or handicap somebody? And we've discussed this in the past. Basically, when I go to pass the other side, somebody's got some splaining to do, Lucy. That's what I'm going to say. Okay, Nora. Psycho. Psycho is a female-led ritual techno track built from deep contralto throat singing, rolling side bass, jaw harp, bowed folk textures, and didgeridoo pulse. Inara channels the ancient breath through a darker, that's an interesting word, fill-centered trance. Yeah, the italices is making that interesting, and I should probably change that. On Tech Cowgirl's side it is, but on my side it is not. Turning breath, growl, and overtone into something both primal and electronic. Cool. So I grab this, paste that. And morning, Loosely. Hey, Loosely. Online synth is ready. Nice. Online synth. So you are vibe coding? I'm guessing you're online synth? Nice. Think of the Roaring Twenties and dance metal. That's pretty much what it is. That's going to be cool. Before as it contaminates the pure experience you're supposed to have, so you can learn from it. Example and point in a video game, if you know the cheat codes, robs you of the first time experience of new things and the opportunities to learn on a new different path. Unless, again, okay, if you're here in a lineal existence, then yes. But if you're here just simply to experience something else, then what's the harm, right? Explain deja vu or why when you enter a room you're immediately drawn to one person. You only remember things that don't affect your learning path. Gotta walk the path legitimately. So, yeah, somebody got some splaining to do. That's all I'm going to say. Here, let's run this. Run the next song. That was Psycho by Anara. So that was a fun track. I loved how it was panning back and forth as well. I was kind of enjoying the little pauses as it went along. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's a really cool track. The addition to the... And I'm glad that she said this as well. I believe I saw that in the lyrics. Jaw harp. Except for I learned that instrument by a different name. Probably because at the time that I listened or first heard this instrument, it was called by what these days is a completely non-politically correct name. So we'll go with jaw harp. But yeah, it works really well with the throat singing and with the didge as well. So yeah, that was fun. That's a really good sound, and in this style as well, it's really well put together. So thank you, Anara. I will mark this one as played, and then we will go and approve Sweetheart Pro Wrestling, and then I think we've got one from Fawkes Warrior, and then we are into where I can just start randomly grabbing. Excellent. Okay, so Fawkes Warrior is up next. This song is about mimic chests also. First thing that came to mind is somebody with breast implants and mimic chest. Sorry. That's how my mind works. Okay. I didn't claim it was good. I did not say it was a good joke. I did not. Yeah, it's the way that okay, let me give you the politically incorrect term that I heard this by when I was a kid. So understand that this is decades and decades back, and this is the middle of the prairies, Alberta. So middle of the prairies, Alberta was like country music and pickup trucks, and it is the Canadian Texas for all intents and purposes. It was the land of oil and pickups and cowboys and the equivalent of Budweiser, though up in Canada it was Labatt's. So we had little glass stubby bottles that in a way are kind of like this. Imagine this glass and this having potentially a little bit longer neck on it, but a brown glass, then that would be a stubby. And the stubbies would have usually Labatt's in it or something along those lines. And that would be your beer. Pilsner came out with that as well. That was a Labatt's product, or out of Lethbridge, I should say, not a Labatt's. But you had Molson, you had Labatt's, and you had a few others, Canadian ones too, but they got bought out or taken over as time went on. But there was some local musicians, and they performed at the little community hall that was in my town, and this guy played this instrument. And he put this thing in his mouth and played it like this, with it making this particular noise. This, and I asked him, well, what's this thing called? And he called it a Jew's harp. And I was like, oh, okay. I have no idea what that is. But that was the very first time that I saw this instrument. Now, he could have got it wrong, or it could have been a case of where it was actually called one thing and they made it more politically correct to call it a jaw harp. But that's what I first heard it as, was that, and first got experience to was this guy playing this in a small little community hall. So I love the sound of them, but every time I go and I mention the name of it as it was introduced to me, I get this look that somebody's completely and utterly offended because of the name. And it's like, no, this is what I was introduced to it as. So whether he was wrong or not, I don't know. But yeah, so jaw harp. We'll go with that. And yeah, ready to groove. Yeah, 10,000 starving comedians at the welfare office, and I have jokes. You bet. Okay. Nothing offensive about it. Well, some people believe that. It is. Okay, let's get procs going here with the boob, sorry, not the boob implants, with the mimic chests.
Cellar under torchlit stone. 3 little boxes with a mind of their own. Gold eyes gleaming, tongues all red. 1 tiny wiggle and the room sees red. Clack, clack, hear that grin. Step too close and it pulls you in. Mimic chest, let the hinges scream. Snap, snap, snap in the lantern gleam. Shake that floor when the jaws break through. Teeth in the dark saying, I want you. Mimic chest, hear the click, click choir. Step back quick when the locks catch fire. Grin goes wide in a shadowed crawl. 1 wrong move and it eats it all. It skidded through the shadows, past the books and brews. Left little trails of splinters like wicked laughing clues. Clack, clack, hear that grin. Step too close and it pulls you in. Mimic chest, let the hinges scream. Snap, snap, snap in the lantern gleam. Shake that floor when the jaws break through. Teeth in the dark saying, I want you. Mimic chest, hear the click, click choir. Step back quick when the locks catch fire. Grin goes wide in a shadowed crawl. 1 wrong move and it eats it all. Crack 1 open, shadow stare. Tongues like ribbons in the smoky air. If the treasure starts breathing tonight, I'm already gone like a ghost in flight. Little mimic creeping with a sideways hop. Up, up, do up, do up, do. Tongue flicks out. Eyes glow bright in the dungeon's drop. What, teeth all tapping. Hey, locks twitch sharp when the shadow stops. Do up, if it starts breathing, you don't dare knock. You don't dare knock. Do up, that mimic's ready for another charge. The hinges scream, snap, snap, snap in the lantern gleam. Shake that hall when the jaws break through. Teeth
Okay, that was Mimic Chess by Fawkes Warrior 33. This entirely reminded me of something that is I think it was a web comic I saw online. It was 4-panel, and you had basically a knight coming into a dungeon, and in the next panel, it had a torch, a wall divider, a voluptuous, buxom woman on the left-hand side, and a treasure chest on the right. And she's like, "Oh, save me, mighty warrior! For I've been chained here, and I cannot. It's only a matter of time until the mimic chest or the mimic gets me." And he was like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's a mimic chest. I will." I'll stay away from it. So he goes to rescue her and the rest of it. And then the last panel, she's mostly deflated, and his feet are kind of sticking out of her midsection. And the chest is talking to the other one, saying, "Stop stealing my lunch, Daryl." It's like, yeah, that's totally it. Yeah, it was fun. It was boppy, and it's fun to have songs that are doing I guess you could say D&D or campaign style ideas. I know that it's been a while since we've done it now, but Tech Cowgirl and myself were doing online D&D as well with a group that was out of the States. One guy was in Alaska, and we had somebody I think on the East Coast, and I think our DM was on the West Coast, and this kind of stuff, and it was a lot of fun. But that's entirely what this got me thinking about was the webcomic like that, because they were actually talking about mimics, and we had the D&D movie that had mimics in it as well. So it's good to see them getting some representation in song. Never quite figured. Well, I always thought that maybe the tongue was there to act as kind of like a whip or something to wrap around the victim and suck them in. But it's a cool idea, like having a monster who's actually disguised as a reward, right? But yeah, I was totally thought of that webcomic where he goes to rescue the woman, and she turns out to be a mimic as well. And stop stealing my lunch, Daryl. I should try this fusion. Roaring 20s and glam rock with Hollywood or Halloween synths. Yeah, that could be fun. One of your tracks is a mimic version that's solely yeah. Yeah, I'm just reading through the back chat. Baby mimic says it was a pain to keep it fed. Like to mouth everything so slimy. Yeah. Oh, that would be cool. Glenn Miller and Motley Crue. Oh, that would be excellent. Very familiar with Glenn Miller's music. So yeah, no, it's a fun song, and again, it's kind of fun to get some D&D stuff. That's always something else too, right? Like where you have the whole idea of alternative realities and the rest of it. So is D&D like somebody's alternative reality, somebody else's reality, and we're somebody else's alternative reality? Like, what would you call our world? Doldrums and dumbbells, something like that. Roll a 20. Oh, excellent. You get to go home early from work today. Yes. Miller Crew or Glenn Motley. Yeah, I like Miller Crew. I think that works. Yeah, Todd would be right into that. Okay, let's mark this one as played. That's a challenge downstairs. Prox Warrior wants you to do a song in this style. I could do it too. Okay, well, I probably could. If I do something like this, though, I don't know how serious it would be because I have this thing about doing comedy songs. From Einstein, they've tried to patch gaps in space-time theory. Well, even Einstein himself had, come up with the cosmological constant, right? But I never thought that that made a whole lot of sense because in a universe that is supposedly based on empathy, how could you have a constant? Because entropy, by its very nature, would tend to disrupt a constant. But, it's a case of trying to prevent divide by zero errors, right? Okay, let us go and put in Loosely song next. Per tempora ad astra, cosmic synthwave music, cinematic Soviet wave, instrumental by Loosely based in EDM. Because he's tends to do a lot of songs that are not EDM. There we go. Yeah, it looks so much better actually not having the chat partially obscured. So that's good that that's working. I'm retired from making music. I hope not permanently, because I like your stuff, man. That was Per Tempora Ad Astra by loosely based on EDM. So, question I had was, what model of car is that? Is that just like a generic Chat GPT style hallucination? Or, because to me that almost looked like that was a really old Datsun. That's like, but that wouldn't make sense because, you know, if we're talking Soviet era, then it would probably be a Soviet knockoff, right? So I'm hoping that I'm guessing at this correctly, and this is something that actually existed, in which case, very cool. Visualizer was great. The depth of color in this is just, you know, spectacular, right? And I'm sorry, I'm assuming this is Yuri Gagarin. I want to think this is Vostok, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I looked at the Soviet rockets, but this is the same. I believe these are still the same design that they're using to lift Soyuz into orbit, and these are a kind of a multi-stage with like big ass boosters on them, and that's what lifts all that weight into orbit. And radio telemetry, and yeah, I wasn't aware that there was any pyramids in Soviet Russia or Soviet Union at the time. So, but I don't know very much about that. Whereas Lucy would be able to be the one to tell me that I'm basically smoking some kind of funny substance. But no, it's a good track. And you did remind me I have another album I need to release. Actually put up on BandLab, and that was the one that I did that was all derived from, or based on the idea of music from Christopher Frank. I need to get that out. I just have to think what I'm going to call it. So once I get it though named, then I'm going to put it all up on BandLab, and then that can be one less thing I need to do. Volga. It's a mix of old Volga and Pobeda. It is Volga. But images mixture of humanity on its way to the stars through time, so that's why Per Tempora. Yep. Per Tempora et Astra, which is basically, you know, through time, or to the stars through time, right? Can only be one reality, though. That's the one that Duncan MacLeod is in, right? All right, cool. That was good. That was gorgeous. All right, so everybody's had a playthrough now. So I'm going to take this out of the rounds. And I think I'm going to throw this into the scratch and win. I think that would be fun. Some of you guys may not have seen that. But I will do that one instead of the transporter. I also have a lottery ball machine, so. But let's put this one in the scratch and win, and we will see what or who comes up first. Abby Tech Cowgirl with Rhiannon at the Golden Pace Public Link. Sound card time, you bet. Or scratch card time. And let's do this. Oh, I can't grab it from there. I have to do it from... If I click on here, it's going to give me that. So I open this as a new tab. Then I can grab this. And paste that. So Rhiannon rides beyond pursuit in this original acoustic Welsh folk song inspired by the she said this a couple of times. Mabinogion, written, arranged, and performed by Tech Cowgirl, performed by Ardentera. I'm just waiting to see how bad I got it. Mabinogion, right? Song number 2, where Pwyll meets Rhiannon and falls in love with her. She is from the Fairy Realms. Laffy Taffy Picker. I can do that. If you tell me what a Laffy Taffy picker is, because somebody had given me another suggestion as well, so that would be 2 more. That includes a Darren joke. I can totally do that. Mabinogion. Puish. Pool. Yeah, pool is what I thought it would be. Yes, please send me a link to what a Laffy Taffy picker is so I can go and do something like that. That had a piece of taffy and included a joke in the wrapper. Oh, okay. Canada, we had something similar. It was Double Bubble. And it was a piece of really bad gum that was usually really old and stale, but it had a comic that was wrapped around it. So, included a joke in the wrapper. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find a picture of it, because then I can go and implement it. Because that would be fun. I think I would like that one too. Anyways, let's click on the picture and make the song go brrr.
Atop the mound of our birth's crown, where the world grows thin as thread, I sat to wait for a marvel's hand or a blow of fear instead. But the wind fell still, the birds fell mute, and the sunlight held its breath. For across the plain came a golden horse, walking faster than any death. She rode at a walk with the speed of the storm, moon-white steed in a sunlit form. No reins pulled tight, no sweat on her face, Rhiannon at the golden pace. And when I called her name across the air, she halted as if the world hung there. One word stopped time in that other world space, Rhiannon at the golden pace. My rider spurred the fleetest mounts, their hooves struck fire and foam, yet she slipped ahead with a gentle glide, like a dream half turned toward home. No heartbeat quickened her silver stride, no shadow broke her grace, only the hush of a chosen path and the pull of a destined place. She rode at a walk with the speed of the storm, moon-white steed in a sunlit form. No reins pulled tight, no sweat on her face, Rhiannon at the golden pace. And when I called her name across the air, halted as if the world hung there. One word stopped time in that other world's space. Rhiannon at the golden pace. She turned to me with a steady gaze, like a queen from a deeper land. Said, I have come for you, who will shove dived, my fate lies in your hand. A year from this day, by my father's throne, you must claim the vow we trace. Then she smiled once and the world resumed, but I lived in her lingering pace. A year is a road through shadow and sun, a promise made, a journey begun. The other world awaits with an open gate, and love rides swift through the threads of fate. She rode at a walk with the speed of the storm, moon a white steed in a sunlit form. No reins pulled tight, no sweat on her face. Rhiannon at the golden pace. And when I called her name across the air, the veil swung wide and left me bare, for my soul had already begun its chase. Rhiannon at the golden pace.
Okay, that was Tech Cowgirl with... No, I guess he doesn't look so much like me. I thought he did. Okay. With Rhiannon at the golden pace. I was joking that this guy keeps looking, or keep wondering why she's putting Chris Cornell into her images. But apparently, he looks a little different. So, okay, Chuck Norris. Why she keep putting Chuck Norris in her pictures? So, as I understand it, she travels in the form of a mare across the land, and she's there, and she goes and says to him, "Yeah, you got to go meet my dad in about a year's time," and basically say, "Yeah, I like your daughter. She's cool." And he's supposed to figure this out because, you know, it's on the guy to do this kind of stuff, I guess. Not to mention the fact that she comes from a different land and a different potentially form of reality, so he has to figure out how to cross realities. See, it's never simple, right? It's not a case of, yeah, you know, I like you, you like me, and let's get together and have a family. You know, it's nothing simple like that. No, she's from another land in an alternative like reality and stuff, and he has to go and do all the heavy lifting to figure out how to get over to where her dad is, and to go and say, in addition to that, yeah, I like your daughter. So he has to go and make all of this effort and meet her family. Oh man, I tell you, a lot of work. To which, you know, she's going to say, but it's all worth it. She's worth it. I suppose. I mean, yes, he goes and they continue on, and, you know, all this, and he gains useful skills in the process, because if she ever comes after him or whatever with a chair or a plate or something, he can just pop into an alternative reality where her family is. And then, you know, the plate comes flying in after him and hits the wall, and he could go and say, you know, women, what you gonna do? You know, and her father on the throne will be all understanding. Gets him better with the in-laws. That's a good plan. All right, let us mark this one as played as soon as I find that particular. Here we go. Mark that one as played. And just grab the chat. I did. See, that's because I liked your dad. Nobody puts Chuck Norris on pictures but Chuck Norris himself. That is true. Or Chuck Norris's agent. Yep. No, your mom is, I was about to say irrelevant. She's not. If your mother was irrelevant, then there's a lot of decisions we would have made, and that would have been something that never happened. Like the Abyss. Yeah, her mother is like an emotional kraken, basically. It's like, oh, I see you. She pulls you into the depths. Yeah. She's a bad person. Oh, wait. What is this? I'm just seeing whether or not it did an announcement. Not yet. Okay, cool. Let's clicky on Scratch and Win. Oh, see, now it likes you. I think it's just the fact that Senzu's algorithm hates you. And now it's played 2 in a row from you. And I didn't program that to do that. It's supposed to be random. So I'm going to go with random. No, you know what? No. That's not fair. 2 in a row is not fair. So let me go and choose the person who is just underneath you, who is Hunter-Gatherer. The road was already there. Remembering the Trail of Tears, a song from my upcoming EP, Lest We Forget. So what I'll do is I'll do about 3 songs. Yeah, extra rigged. Yes. Because you can't have just rigged, you need to have extra rigged. But I'm calling my discretion on stuff because I don't want to play 2 in a row, because yes, even though that happened, I want to make sure the other people get played, especially Hunter-Gatherer, because Hunter-Gatherer is cool.
They called it removal, like taking out the trash, like nobody lived there, like the land was just waiting for them. They had towns, they had farms, they had languages older than the roads. They had treaties signed in ink, then somebody found something worth taking. And suddenly the signatures didn't mean what they said they meant. They signed the treaty, they shook their hands, then came the soldiers to take the land. They called it a trail,
Others call it policy. Put a clean name on a cruel thing. People still died on the way. Families packed what they could carry, left the rest behind. Homes, fields, churches, burial grounds. Soldiers watched, officials counted, maps were redrawn, and somewhere behind a desk someone called it finished. The map said nobody lived there. The grave said someone did. They called it a trail, but it was a road away from home, away from graves. Children learned the shape of loss before they knew what it was called. Every mile was somebody's former life. Every mile was somebody's stolen land. And it wasn't one road, one winter, one order. It was years of broken treaties. Land taken, wars fought, people moved, languages punished. Children taught to forget who they were. The map changed. The people remained. The map changed. The memory remained. They called it a trail, but it was a road made from promises they wouldn't uphold. You can redraw the lines, you can rename the land, you can build your cities on somebody else's ground, but you can't erase the people who were here. And you can't call it destiny when somebody else paid the price. The road was already there. The homes were already there. The graves were already there. The people were already there. The map just changed hands. Hey!
I was on a gatherer with The Road Was Already There. Just going to prove the one for prox here. So, did I? Oh, I just about forgot. I didn't forget. I almost forgot. There. Good. Okay. I was at Luna's the other day and had all 4 songs still in the very small queue all the way to the end. Only got one played because someone felt sorry and skipped one. It ended up being late. And 3 of the 9 left are mine. I think Senzu hates all of us. Speak up against his bullshit. Honestly, yes. And I will say that any day of the week, I will preview, I will promote, I will feature any album of yours because I love your stuff. And Senzu's wrong. Whether or not you agree with somebody or that, and this is actually one of the reasons why this software exists, by the way, is I don't believe in waiting wheels. I think that if you are going to put it on a show and get software necessary for doing the show, that your software should be unbiased. Bias has no place in this, and should have no meaning in it. And if you put in weights and the rest of it to favor one group of people, you're going to be excluding others. I don't believe in that. There's people in this community who I find less than appealing, and there are people in this community who I absolutely adore. And I'm not going to favor the play of the people I adore at the expense of the people who I don't like, because that's not fair. Everybody here makes or who makes music and puts music out there deserves to have their music heard. And that was, I know, one of the things that they said on that particular show. You know, your song should be heard. Yes, your song should be heard. And waiting things so that your song is kept for the very end after everybody else has left is not allowing your song to be heard. Your song should be heard fairly with others, and I believe in that fully and wholeheartedly, that your song should be played. I love your stuff, and I love Psychotech stuff. I like my stuff. Obviously I'm my worst critic because I hear all the flaws in it. But when it comes right down to it, if I put my song on a show, or Tech Cowgirl puts her song on a show, or you put your song on a show, your song should be heard fairly and in a situation where the most number of listeners can hear it. So I think that waiting a wheel so that your songs don't get heard because of the fact that you don't like somebody's message, or you don't like somebody's politics, or you don't like somebody's view on things is just completely wrong. That's how you wind up in the world of censorship and the rest of it, right? This song says something that keeps being repeated throughout history. And when you look at genealogy, you see that as well, right? Somebody decides that they want to have your land, so they move on the Celts. Or somebody decides that they want to have your land, so they go on raiding parties and they capture the Irish and they send them to the Middle East. Or somebody wants to have their land and they capture people and they send them to the Americas. Or when you're in the Americas, somebody wants to have their land and they dispossess the families and the generations that have been there. Way back in my family tree, I have, on my dad's side, there's a connection to the Mohawk. That's, 10 generations back. But the whole point is, literally, people forget this, right? That, history is written usually by the winners. There are losers on both sides, there are losers in these battles, and those families are forgotten, or their lands are possessed by others and taken, and what has been there for generations is lost. And this is the thing, like, even my great-grandparents, who had come from the UK, they left to try to go to a better world, and to make a life for themselves and their families. The only ones that really profited by any of it, really, honestly, were the people who had taken the land and opened it up for the settlers. They were the ones who basically became rich by doing that trade and gained political power in the process of doing that. The families who came from the UK, they may have gained a better life for themselves because of the fact that they had the ability to finally own their own homes, or to do something where it was for themselves as opposed to for the crown, or living as indentured servants. They were actually able to take themselves a step away from that, and they did that at the expense of the people who had lived in that land previously. And like I said, one side of my family has Dutch ancestry, and the whole founding of New York and the rest of it happened on Mohawk land, right? So there was an ancestor back there who had, his wife was a Mohawk trying to think of the word for it. She wasn't just somebody who was in the run-of-the-mill Mohawk. There was connections. I think she helped organize a treaty or something along those lines anyway. But, she married this guy and they had kids and proceeded to go along, and eventually what happened was you had her people put into small little reserves and the rest of their land was taken. And it's happened, it seems like, frequently throughout history. A new subjugated race comes in and takes the land and pushes the people into little enclaves or out of the area entirely so that they can set things up for themselves. And unless history remembers this and remembers that some people's new beginnings has other people's ends, that there's always going to be a price for this kind of behavior, the taking of others' land, and history repeating itself. Second World War with the Japanese as well, right? That unless you remember this, that eventually it just gets forgotten. Well, yeah, this is always these people's lands. Like Wales, yeah, no, that was always English. The Scots, well, they're resisting, something that was meant to be. France, and England had a large group of, or large amount of territory and gave it all away, with the various treaties and the rest of it. Yeah, but there's always winners and losers in every battle. In this case, it was a case of where people negotiated in good faith, and somebody came along and just took complete and utter advantage of that and forced the migration of families, out of that homeland of theirs. And those that resisted or, were basically wound up and taken out. So anyways, another good song, Hunter Gatherer. Appreciate it. Let me just mark that one as played. Catch up on the chat. You like me because my voice and yours is close. That's very true. And you can grow a spectacular beard. I'm not off to profit from you guys. No, not at all. And I think I mentioned this previously. I was able to monetize on Twitch back in May. I just literally filled out the paperwork last weekend. Like, I'm not looking to do this as a profit thing. This is not what I'm looking to do. I like music and I want to play stuff and I want to listen to other people and see what they bring, right? And I've been exposed to so many, this sounds bad. Sorry for the wording, phrasing. I've been exposed to so many fantastic artists by doing this, and new genres of music that I've really enjoyed as well. Like Hunter Gatherer, I'm going to keep going on Hunter Gatherer because I think Hunter Gatherer honestly needs to be massively promoted with the music that Hunter Gatherer does. Like, this is a prime example. There's always something beautiful and honest and clear in what the message is. And Yeah, it may make people uncomfortable, but that's the whole point, right? This is telling the story that is experienced in this song. In this case, that story isn't something that is people should be really comfortable with, and it keeps repeating itself. Never not embarrass you. I get it. When I have somebody talk about my music, I feel the same way. It's like, But you know what? This is something that I honestly think really needs to be said. I would, like, if I had the ability to do it, I would put this music in front of somebody big and say, hey, you know what? Make this guy's life change for the better. Bring this guy into the public eye and allow this music to come out there so that everybody can experience. Right now, we're just realistically, it's a small thing on Twitch and on YouTube, and people can come back and look at the VODs and go, okay, that's cool. But the fact that it's not more in front of people's faces and more mainstream, that's the biggest tragedy as far as I'm concerned in all of this, that we do some fantastic work and people just want to shut it down with, it's just AI slop. No, it's not AI slop. There's a story, there is meaning, there is depth. And if you put this down in front of somebody, let's say you put this is the crazy thought. Let's say you press this all out on 45s, and you put this into a jukebox at a pub, and all this music was there and ready to play, and you started off the night and you started dropping some quarters into the jukebox, and you had about 15 or 20 songs happening as the room was filling up and the rest of it. This would be conversation starters, and this would be part of people's lives, right? And the fact that we're not getting the same opportunities as a Taylor Swift or Kanye West or any of this kind of stuff, that's part of the tragedy to me. We should be as easily as accepted as artists as some of these people are. But because of the fact that, they have the publicity and the money behind them, and who are we, people basically making music in a basement or, on a computer, it's super easy for them to be dismissive of it and say, yeah, it's AI slop. I've heard some real slop, and it doesn't come from an AI. It comes from some of the big record producers and the rest of it. They just crank stuff out, taking advantage usually of, some 20-year-old kid who's absolutely dying to make their lives better. So they sign a record deal, and now they're locked into like a 9 or a 10 album contract with this big conglomeration that's just going to suck everything out of their lives, get them hooked on drugs, and so totally in debt that they never get out in any way other than potentially suicide. Like, that is, to me, part of the injustice in all this. You have beautiful music out here, and music that is something that deserves to be in front of others and played, but you have this machine that it's designed to grind people up just so that somebody makes a profit. And right now we're the bad people. We're we're stealing from grandma. No, we're not. We're out here using a different instrument. Just like at one point, anybody that didn't take dust and spray it on their hands on a cave wall, somebody going in and taking something sharp and making an object out of wood, oh, that's carpentry slop, or that's marble slop. This is a different medium, different tools, just like any of those other ones were. So I think we honestly deserve to be out there as much as anyone else. Okay. Jukebox picker. That would be cool. Cool. And Laffy Taffy. Note that one down too, because I think that would be fun. And Claw Machine. We need that one too. That would also be fun. And yeah, definitely, like I said, I hope you don't quit. I really, really hope you don't quit. And I really like to do something with you on a song. I was actually thinking 100% Human. I'd like to try to do a bonus edition or bonus track of 100% Human with you doing like lyrics on it. But I wasn't going to do that without, you know, talking to you about doing it first, because I think your sound on that track would work so well, because the way that the track currently is right now, it's good, but it needs to have mandolin in there. And I was thinking that if I got mandolin in there, I'd like to have your voice in there too, doing half the song and maybe a chorus together, right? But anyways, that's on my wish list. All right. Oh, I saw something. It is at the hard limit. Let me do this quick. Click this and see if that has generated that. I'm just looking for the announcement. Oh, yeah, okay. Now it's not going to do it. Maybe it's going to wait. Anyways, pull the next person up. Alice Tanner with Fear, the monster that lives inside your head. I'm just looking to see where my announcement is, because with the submissions closed, I should have got one saying submissions are now closed. See, now it did Alice Tanner's just fine. I don't know, man. Some days I just don't know what it's doing. It works perfectly for one song, and the next one it just doesn't do it. And then vice versa. Okay, let's play Alice Tanner here.
Taste and sound in the air and on the ground. I'm the most evil thing, pound for pound. I'm the monster in your closet, the darkness in the light, crippler of all things, good and right. The shiver down your petrified spine at night. I'm fear. Let's make that clear. I'm fear, and you're my plaything, bitch. Purveyor of irrational phobia, vile facilitator of nagging doubt, the hyperactive monkey on your shoulder. Don't ever try to shut me out. I shot Cupid straight through his blackened heart, strangled your emotions right from the start. I'm the butcher of hope and love, and your trepidation, it fits like a glove. Let's make that clear. I'm fear, and you're my plaything, bitch. Have you met my little brother Anxiety?
He's the keeper of malevolence and impiety. We work together, he and I, preventers of success. That's the name of our society. I fear, and I'm always near. I own you. Let's make that clear. I fear, and you're my plaything. Bitch! I'm fear. I'm your oppressor, and you're my bitch. I'm fear, and I'm always near. I own you. Let's make that clear. I'm fear, and you're my plaything. Bitch! I'm fear. I'm your oppressor, and you're my bitch. I'm fear. I'm terror, and you're my bitch.
That was Alice Tanner with Fear, the monster that lives inside your head. So yeah, that was a fun song. I love the sound of it. It was very rock-driven track, and the message is right too. It's like anything that has ever gone and shut anything down, or anything that is, the self-sabotage in your head, or anything that is ever caused you to fail, usually comes from a base of fear and anxiety, right? So it's the biggest killer, biggest destroyer because of fear. There's all kinds of ways to look at this one as well. It's like what goes and causes the in some cases, what goes and prevents you from going out and meeting your neighbor? Well, fear of rejection, fear of being different. Seems when we've done our biggest successes has been a case of, yeah, this is something that could go nowhere. The self-doubt, let's do it anyway, and that's one of the things that has happened. Like, that's what's got us here in the first place. It was a thing of, yeah, well, leaving Canada, it's so complex. It's so much something that could fail spectacularly. Like, there's so many ways this could fall apart. We shouldn't even bother to try. Well, if we'd done that, we wouldn't have survived really in a way that would have been meaningful, right? By taking the chance and by saying, you know what, I'm afraid of this whole thing, but damn it, I've got to try this. It's conquering your fear and allowing that to play out. And yeah, it could have failed spectacularly. It still could fail spectacularly. And that's part of the fear that drives you then in the future. What if stuff does fall apart? What happens to the dogs? What happens to the entire life that we built? Like, what happens to our stuff? What happens to, there's all this fear and doubt that lives in your head and causes you to constantly go on. But if you let it be your captor as well, then it just gives it more power. So you're never going to get away from fear, because that's part of the survival instinct as well. That if you have fear, then maybe you're not going to, stick your hand in a hot stove and try to pull out a turkey. Or if you have fear, jumping out of a plane without a parachute just because you saw Captain America do it in a movie. Well, fear in this case keeps you alive, but there's also the point where fear will cripple you and prevent you from ever doing anything meaningful. So every one of us has had fear in going and putting out a song the very first time, right? Or taking that very first song and putting it into a music stream, and saying, hey, hi, I'm here. I don't know if you know me. You probably don't. But I have a song I would like to share with you all. And you listen to it play for the first time and you're going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Everyone's going to hate it and the rest of it. And you have that in your head going, I can't deal with this. I got to quit. Well, somebody might like it. Somebody will like it. Somebody will not like it. Somebody will probably hate it. But the whole point is, if you never try, if you never attempt it in the first place, then there will automatically always be a failure. It is going to have that fear will have taken that power from you. And if you want to take the power back from fear, it is a case of you have to take, sometimes you have to take the risk of stepping out and being seen, or putting yourself out there. And for an introvert, that's hard. I can tell you that for a fact. But nothing accomplished is nothing gained, right? Which is a very trite way of saying it. But if you live in your own fear, you will stew in your own fear. And who wants to be in a fear stew, right? I don't want to be the filling for fear soup, or to have somebody dump some anxiety dumplings on my head and then give somebody a nice little meal of just off of my grief. I want that broth to be as thin as possible so they don't have that much to actually feast on. That's just kind of my thought on it. And I've got fears and anxieties like everybody else. But at the end of the day, it's a case of nothing happens if you don't take a step to try to bring some of what you want to bring out and put it out in front of others. And because otherwise you're writing in a diary, and that diary may get chucked in the trash. And what was the point of writing in the diary? Well, you're putting out your thoughts into the world, but at the end of the day, there was no point to it really, other than it just made you momentarily feel better. Well, what makes more sense is you put the thoughts out there so others can see them and experience it, and maybe what you have to say will resonate with others, and you will make the world at least a little bit better for that one person. So that's my thoughts on fear. It's a captor, and it is a thing that will keep you trapped. But doing, sometimes stupid stuff will just get you killed. So there's all of that. But yeah. Alice brings us words of wisdom. And I'm glad that Alice is out there. And Alice looks scary. Little hulky too. Anyways, let's mark that as one as played. Thank you, Alice. Did I remember to put it in the chat? I think I did. Yes, I did. Excellent. There is complete and utter trash authentic music. Yeah. Deferred success. That's good. I like that. Oh, and by the way, tell your kids that everybody loves you. When you make music, everybody wants to hear it. Tell them they're wrong. Just to say that. Because I remember your interview. And they don't listen to your music. That's their loss, man. Like, you do some fantastic stuff. So they won't believe you. Uh-huh. And they yeah. tell you what, one of these days I'll give you a call and we'll go and we'll get a chain call going or something. Maybe somebody can get us into a group chat, and then I can call you and stuff from the group chat, and then we can have about 50 people on there who are saying how much they absolutely love you. And then they'll be asking questions like, well, how much did you have to pay those people to go and get them to go and say that? Yeah, it's always stuff, right? So the money from the people who want to listen to your music. With the big labels, that's where the money is. All right. Who's the winner? Tech is Whitefish in a Sea of Black. This is my final song I'll be creating. Things may change in the future, but this is it for now. Hope you enjoy. Well, are you famous yet, Dad? Not yet, but someone I have never met before just called my song a masterpiece. At some point, we're close enough that when we get a car, Tech Cowgirl and myself would like to, meet up at a Weatherspoons or something and bring along a family member, and we can go and have a random meetup, and then at that point we can tell your family member exactly how spectacularly great you are. That would be fun. I have. Alice completely blackmailed Dick Buttons with a sex tape. I saw that video. That's cool. Okay. Let's get Tech going here.
I woke up somewhere underwater with a river in my ears. Sand was moving underneath me like I'd been down there for years. Something pale went past my shoulder, just a flicker in the blue. A little white fish beside me, swimming through the black. The bottom broke beneath me and the river opened wide. I felt myself begin to tumble with that little fish beside. My body is falling downward through the cracks. I don't know where I'm going, and I might never get back. There's a light in the distance, a white fish in a sea of black. The river pulled me farther past the rocks beneath the sand. Every turn became another, and I couldn't find the land. Shadows moved beneath me like creatures sleeping below. Then I saw that little white fish waiting where the current bends. He slipped between two walls of stone, and I followed him again. The water started changing and the dark began to glow. My body is falling downward through the cracks. I
There's a light in the distance. A white fish in a sea of black. Hanging somewhere in between. The fish turned once to face me, then he vanished in the gleam. I reached out toward the shimmer, and the whole world tilted back. My feet came loose beneath me, and I disappeared into the black. My body is falling downward through the cracks. I don't know where I'm going, but I might not want to go back. There's a light in the distance. A white fish in a sea of black. Beside the river with the morning in my eyes, water running from my jacket, birds were waking in the pines. I looked down into the current where the darker water ran. Something white moved underneath it, and I smiled and let it pass.
That was Tech with White Fish in a Sea of Black. So this had a groove. I love this track because it's so visual, just simply with the lyrics. It's like going in almost like running your hands on velvet. It's kind of the sort of sensation as I'm sitting here listening to the lyrics with this, right? And he's just in this situation and things crack and he's falling with the fish, and the fish and he are just kind of sitting there going, oh, what's going on there, guy? And the fish is like, I don't know, man, what's going on with you? And they're just kind of experiencing what's happening and washing up on shore, and the guy comes out of it and he's like, he sees the fish, and the fish is like, sup? And he's going, yeah, cool, good. But this is something that sounds very, very 70s, like very Pink Floydish. Maybe not quite so Pink Floydish, but that kind of a prog rock sort of genre. And I really liked how this went because of how smooth it was and how you could just sit here with your eyes closed listening to it and just be carried along by the music. It's I can't think of anything that was really any jostle or anything that was like a blockage or anything. That's just a smooth experience right from the beginning to the end. So, and lyrically, it's like, you know, a guy and some fish, and things are cracking and they fall through the cracks. And they're falling, and it's the guy and the fish, and they land in the black, and it's the guy and the fish, and wash up. It's the guy and the fish. It's just this nice flow through the entire thing. And it's a rhythmic sort of experiential piece is probably the best way to describe it, because the story, it's kind of this personal thing that happens between this guy and the fish, and they're just experiencing moments together. And yeah, no, I love how it is just this piece that's just like, just putting it out here, man. So I love it. I really do. I hope this isn't the last thing I hear from you, to be honest. Taking a break is acceptable, and coming back to things hopefully later on. Yeah, because sometimes we need to have that mental health break, right? I got to do that myself. Actually, I got to put in for a couple of days off here towards the end of the month, just because it seems like otherwise I'm in this cycle at work where it's get dragged through a grinder for like 2 weeks, and then have about a week or two where there's not that much going on, and then you put through a grinder again for 2 more weeks and potentially longer, and I need to do some stuff where it's not that. So next week it'll be a thing of, okay, so everything's settled and I've got to do some meetings, but I think after that I'm going to put in strategically probably for 4 days off towards the end of the month, and have it dovetail in with the bank holiday, so I get a full week off and I'll only have 4 days, and use that time to do some more music, because September 3rd is coming up and I want to make sure that I've got some stuff out there and generated and downloaded. So speaking of which, let's go and mark this one as played, and I will catch up on the chat. Yeah, please do, man. I want to hear this whole album. Like, I really need to do some collabs. Honestly, I do. And that's what this is basically hinting at. I'd like to do a collab with Hunter Gatherer. I'd like to do a collab with Tech. I'd like to do another collab with Alice as well. And yeah, whatever it takes to be an international superstar. I wouldn't want to sleep with Dick Buttons to become famous, just to say that. I'm sorry. Some people are into that. I would not say that I would be. Nope. Need to come visit you guys and watch Tech Cowgirl perform too. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, worst case, we should just go and say, okay, let's meet up this place and time, and we'll do that. Never been asked about collabs by a few in music and in video, but it's just not me. Yeah, that's cool, man. I'm okay with it. I'd like to, but it's all good. Write you a prog rock song, let me cover it, and I'll run a video to it. I can do that. Yeah, casting couch shenanigans. It would have to be with somebody with a voice like Dude, right? I should actually find that voice and do a thing so you guys can hear it. But you'll probably hear it on her show, so if she uses that. Dude sounds like a dude. He's like, not dude. He's got this, this whole bassy sort of voice that just kind of goes out there and sounds like he's going to kind of burn up your speakers a little bit. That kind of a sound. You know, that's dude. So let's pick the next person. Maiko, Afterglow. This is a cool track. Buttons should collab with Starface, Stickface. That would be awesome. Yeah, I should do more stuff like that. That would be fun. Doing the doing a voice like that for a narration would be entertaining. Anyways, let's play Maiko here.
Still
All right, that was Afterglow with Mycosynth. I love how these Mandelbrot style Mandelas are. It's just gorgeous. I was looking at, because I seem to always look at all the little geometry bits in here as well. It's like, so you have a pattern here, and then at that point it breaks out into rhythmic patterns as well. And this to me was looking like a female form, and I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not. But it was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And when it zooms in here in the center, you have the kind of the fractal, and then you have a cube in the center, I noticed. That kind of flares up. There's a lot visually in this one. And the music is really bouncy and sorry, I'm trying to get an eyelash out of my eye. I was dealing with that through most of this song, but I think I've got it. Yes, I got it. Okay, cool. But this entirely almost looked like I don't know, like an organic sort of pattern with how this was, and I started thinking the whole, sacred geometry and fractals and Mandelbrots and Mandelas, and the difference between a fractal and a Mandela, just could be point of view, right? So, and then you have what's almost like a microcosmic versus a macrocosmic setup, where you've got the galaxies and the rest of it. And was it Hermes Trismegistus that said what is above is below? That aspect too. So, I just loved the visuals in this one, and how you had all these kind of hidden things happening through this video. So, and again, I'm not sure if what I'm seeing here is accidental or not, but having a female figure here and a female figure here, and then you had this structure that kind of expanded and progressed as it went through the video, and then flared up and then back again. It was just visually really, really interesting. So let's mark this one as played. And I noticed we had a couple of things pop into the chat or into the Discord as well. So I'm going to open this back up again, and we will see if anybody comes in. Which is going to be tough because it'll auto close itself. So let me just open this back. See, the problem is I keep talking. And the more I keep talking, the more that it goes and keeps going, right? There we go. That's open. But I did promise myself I should not do a 9-hour stream today. Okay. Oh, there it is. What did it say?
Song submissions are now open.
Okay, that's interesting. Changed voice on me. That's, by the way, the original computer voice that when I first heard a computer, that was the voice I got. So it's stuck with me ever since. That being said, it shouldn't be that one. So that must have gone into Tech Cowgirl's queues then.
Song submissions are now open.
Yeah, I already said that. All right, let's pull. Who's next? Tech with Eden Eyes. Drops in the chat. Paste. Tell you what, do me a favor. Drop your other track in, and I'll play that too. Because if you're basically going to, you know, quit doing music, I want to play what you've got out here. So, Day After a Psychedelic Experience. Nice. And the second one showing up. I saw your other one in the list here, right here.
Song submissions are now open.
Yeah, you said that. It's because I went and clicked it and made sure that it was open. All right, we will approve that. Okay, let's play tech. Oh, hello. That's an attention grabber. What is Mr. Sneaky doing here?
She speaks in tongues of silk and sin. A garden wrapped in thorns within. Her beauty bleeds through fractured light. Paradise conceals the blight. promised land devours its prey. Paradise consumes.
That was Tack with Eden Eyes. So, I was wondering if this is Lilith, and kind of the idea of if Adam and Lilith had like things would have been. We're talking alternative universes here, right? She definitely looks a little prickly. Her outfit looks like no touchy. Which would make me wonder how she's wearing it. But, you know, maybe she likes a little stabby. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's all about kind of she's like a honeypot, I guess you could say. You know, she kind of lures you in the rest of it and just destroys you in this case. Talks about all these things that you could experience, while realistically it's going to take you apart and leave you nothing, right? So lyrically it's cool, and I totally went down the area mentally of, yeah, is this Lilith? Like, is this Adam and Lilith? Like, so that's kind of where my mind went on this one. And then I was like, well, there's really no mention of the snake in this one, but, you know, I'm assuming that's just representing, you know, the snake in the Garden of Eden and the whole temptation of, you know, of humanity as a result of that. And Lilith in this case would be, if that's who this is, would definitely be a case of, yeah, she's temptation for men, right? So, at least, you know, if you're talking, I guess, kind of apocryphal, right? So, yeah, it's definitely cool track, and that's just something I'm just kind of curious about, if that's where this was derived from. So, yes, I agree with Alice. Please, you know, take a break, but don't quit. Metaphor of Eden, which is beautiful, the woman representing beauty, but she's not what she seems, and not all beauty is what it appears to be. Yeah, agreed. not all beauty is what it appears to be. Sometimes it's a honey trap, honey pot. And what is beautiful may not be necessarily the best, or the thing that will keep you alive. It's something that can destroy you entirely. Cool. Okay, there you go. So I guess it was a good thing that I think we got the last few songs here, Tech. Let me double check. No, we had one more. So let me pull that up because your data is dying, and then we can talk about this one. And then at that point, then if you need to take off or whatever because of your data, you can. So this is I Saw Tomorrow Through a Dirty Window. Let me copy this one. AT&T modem is getting replaced. My router is on its last legs. Don't say that. I don't need to have to go and deal with an entire house full of internet addicts going and pushing me to try to get the the Wi-Fi fixed. Oh, hello. What can I do for you, mister? What you doing? You wagging your tail. Did you want to come up for a sec and say hi on camera? Oh, you're getting pretty hugs. Oh, thank you very much. You're telling me it's supper time, aren't you? Yeah, it is. I'm getting dog face here, which is very much a case of, hi, I'm here to tell you that it's time to feed us faithful pooches. And lots of pretty wags. Yes, Mr. Foof. You sure you don't want to pop up on camera? Do you want to say hi? Oh, you're saying hi to me. Yes, here. Let's get the thing off. Sniffers? Okay. Sniffers, kisses? Okay. All good? There you go. Okay. Frying pan is getting beef. Awesome. I'm a hotspot for my phone. Back in. Just had to reboot the router. Okay, cool. Well, let me run your song, and then I'll run Bark Magnitude song. Same idea. Hotspot, phone. And then we will get... we'll run the scratch. Actually, I'm going to switch to the ball machine after I do the next few songs. But let's get tech going here.
Glass above the steering wheel has watched this street for years. Dust along the corners, fingerprints around the edges. Bus pulls out at 6:30. A man runs hard and misses it. Dog keeps barking at the fence. A window opens upstairs. Headlights pass across the glass. Traffic crawls below. My face appears, then disappears with every car that goes. Years have changed the face I know, but not the things I've done. A familiar street comes into view, and suddenly I'm young. I saw tomorrow through a dirty window. A dirty window. Rain came down, road rolled by. Old names surfaced, then slipped from sight. I saw tomorrow through a dirty window. A dirty window. Young face there, his coat beside the door still shaped the way he wore it. Kitchen table, chipped blue cup crack running through the bathroom tile. I was young enough to believe leaving would be worth the miles. I packed up a room one summer, left a key beside the sink. Thought I'd finally lost that version, didn't know what followed me. Turned past the old apartment, corner store is still lit up. I haven't been here since my 20s, but I remember where I parked. I saw tomorrow through a dirty window, oh. Rain running down, wipers keeping time. Old sign gone, new one shines. Corner store changed its name. I kept driving past the place. Dashboard clock, wipers keeping time. Corner store is closing up, someone pulls the sign inside. Yellow kitchen, second floor, man is washing out a glass. For a second I am standing there watching my father pass. Passenger seat is empty, he's gone before I look. Traffic breaks the view. Water runs across the glass, tail lights smear and fade. A street I knew comes into view, then disappears beneath the rain. A wiper clears a strip of glass, my reflection comes and goes. For a second I can see both faces, then only one remains. I saw tomorrow through a dirty window. Rain had cleared a line. My face was waiting in the glass, older than I had in mind. Hands still warm against the wheel, engine running low. I stayed there till the rain stopped, then I let the window go. I saw tomorrow through a dirty window. Along the dashboard, fingers on the wheel. I watched the road turn silver and let the engine pull. Window down, morning air, dust along the dashboard.
Elsewhere on the right tab. That was Tech with I Saw Tomorrow Through a Dirty Window. I just what's a dirty windshield. So the VW bus I see is making another appearance. There's a guy who has done an electric conversion on one of those things, and by watching that I learned that the older models of these buses, these VW buses, they're split window like this one, but these front windshields will flip up and go almost probably about 75 degrees out. So it'll literally kind of stick forward and just kind of do a little bit of a shading here at the front. But at that point, it's an open space here, which is kind of cool. I didn't ever do that. I just wanted to mention that in case you guys didn't know that either. But I think it was about a 1962 era. These, maybe a little bit older, these windshield pieces actually are split like here, and then they come straight out. You can open them up down here at the base, and they can open so you can get the breeze in as you're driving, which at maybe 60 miles an hour you probably don't want to be doing. But if you're doing a nice slow, let's say 15, 20 down an area, and these things aren't known for having air conditioning, the only way on most vehicles of this age to get any air conditioning was to roll down the sides. But on these ones, you could actually get the breeze coming in through the front. So, different era, different time. I'm sure lots of people died, because a bug came through the windshield or the open space, or, they got into an accident and flew out the front. But, yeah, just wanted to mention that. That being said, this is the cool piece, because you're sitting there looking back at kind of your life in the past as to what was there, and going back, which I did in a song as well, where you're going back to where your home was. And in this case, that's kind of what this person did, was went back and saw the old store and the new people and the new sign that are in the old store, but otherwise, things are kind of the same and not. Oh. Mr. Foof had a word to say about that, which is probably, I heard a noise. Why am I getting no supper? But yeah, nice, again, cool piece with that 70s sound, which I like. Oh, I see. He's reacting to a neighborhood dog. Behind her place, about 3 doors over, basically about from the end of the street, about 3 doors over, there's this little red door there that has a chewed out section where there's a dog over there that will stick its nose out and proceed to bark at any of the neighbors or anybody passing by. It's like, don't you get close to my door or I'm going to have to bark at you. Wait, no, you're close to my door. I'm going to have to bark at you. But don't you come into my house or I'll run behind the sofa and cower or something. Because I'm really fierce when there's a door between us. But you open that thing and I'm gone like a shot. That kind of a dog. So, Mr. Foof here is hearing that noise from that dog barking at somebody, and it has to go and put in the word because neighborhood parks. But neighborhoods, yes, convenience store, and going back and seeing the old store that used to be there in the family and how things have changed. My song along those lines was called "Still Heading Home," and that was inspired by a combination of Bronski Beat and Avicii was the idea behind that one. This one, it's more 70s and has that 70s sound. Grateful Dead on the patches and stuff too. But that's a good piece, man. Mark Sona's played. And ours has come in. Approve that one. All right. If mine comes up, I'll have to put it off because I had a dual play by accident when I ran downstairs. But let's go and run Tom because he's on Wi-Fi or on hotspot. Yeah, and bumblebees at like 20 miles an hour would not be good for your vision. Seeing everything has changed, he wipes the dirt from the window of his store, and in his reflection, he reflects on his life. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to do this just because. Maps.google.com. All right. Oh, that sucks that it's expanded that much. So this is kind of mine like that. So that's the north side of town. Veterans Boulevard is actually south. And there's Balzac. So that's Calgary, Alberta. Down here at the bottom. And Balzac. This place used to only have one thing, and that was a hotel. That was in here. There was like literally 5 people that lived there. Not that now. But this is the main street here. At least I think it is. See, there's an old frontage road here that used to be the old highway. And I'm looking for that. It's Chrysler. There it is. So Center Avenue used to be the old main street. And this is Main Street. And there's what used to be the train tracks. So this used to be the edge of town. And this was the north-south road to the highway, which was here. That was the old highway. And there used to be an elevator, grain elevator, that was over this area. But on Main Street Center, I'm looking for something specific here. Yeah, it would have been here. Where is it? First Street. Yeah, basically would have been in here. So I think, unless this has been really done differently. Well, maybe this is a block over. But there was a Shell station, and that Shell station was yeah, no, this is completely redeveloped now. But the Shell station was where, just across the street from where my aunt's place used to be. So, yeah, I totally get the going home thing. In this case, in the song, they kind of had the ability, you know, to see the old place. So not so much for me. I mean, they basically tore down a whole bunch of that area. Maybe if I'm lucky. But I think that's just the same. Yeah, that's exactly where I looked before. So yeah, basically my aunt's place used to be in here, in this section here, and now it's just a shopping mall and all that stuff. So completely gone. I even know where we used to live too. There was a little cul-de-sac down over this way. I have to go off center. There we go. We used to live in here. Actually, that was our place right there. Cool. That place is still there. That's when I got to find out what a sleaze my dad was. So when I was 5 years old, my dad brought this woman I'd never seen before home and introduced her to us as our new mom. So great times. Our neighbors over here, he was a drinking buddy of my dad's, and he actually he eventually died because of his alcohol, but he would eat basically a bag of crisps or potato chips every day. That was his meal. And a 26-ouncer of Canadian Club. Good times. All right, we're going to play Tom. Play. And I did put this in the chat, right? Yes, I did. All right, good.
I've held down this desk since 2017. The warmest little box that you've ever seen. I buffered your videos. I took all the heat, routing every single packet down this digital street. Now mine at tables full, my capacitors hum, and my little green lights are all going numb. Oh, I'm singing my swan song. My packets are dropped. The clock cycle's fading. The fans finally stop. Don't reset my pinhole. Don't power me down. There's a shiny new Wi-Fi 7 coming to town. Yeah, I served you so well through the lag and the sweat. Now send me off gently into the old Ethernet. 30 smart plugs are screaming, demanding a lease, while my dual-core processor is begging for peace. The 2.4 gigahertz is gasping for air, dropping ring cam connections in total despair. You paid for a gigabit out of the wall, while I'm choking on 99 megabits tall. I see the new box waiting right by the door with 10 gigabit ports across the back floor. Tri-band frequencies humming so clean, the prettiest router that you've ever seen. My time here is finished, my memory's leaked, my latency's spiked, and my bandwidth has peaked.
Put the old black plastic in the FedEx sack. Farewell to the SISD. Goodbye to the IP. Connection timed out. 19 to 16, 8, 1.
That was Tom F. with Ode to a Modem. No, the router said goodbye. Yeah. I love how personal that was. As in, like, personalized, speaking from the modem's point of view, or the router's point of view, where it was, oh, yes. I am in a foreign country now, across the sea. Apparently over here it is router. Like rotor. So it is a router over here. Router is how we say it, because, you know, us funny Canadians and funny Canadians and Americans call it something else rather funny. Yes, router. In our cute accents. Anyways, I love this one because it was like, yeah, kept your desk warm since 2017, and now it's time to give up time to give it up. And don't forget to reset that before it goes back, because you want to make sure that when it goes back that there's no data on it. So that's kind of what happens, I think, with people sometimes too. I think that's what Alzheimer's is kind of about. You know, it's kind of the slow wearing away of what's actually stored in NVRAM and stuff before the factory reset. You know, so this is completely the passing of somebody that has struggled to hold the load for your entire family, and it's their time. So it is something to be remembered in song and in spirit, and not quickly forgotten when you plug in the new shinies. So that's cool. And again, I'm still struck the same way. It's like we sound so similar. We're singing, I've been holding your desk. Yeah. All right, let's mark this one as played. Okay, what's next? "100% Human." Cool. So this is the one I was telling you about, Hunter Gatherer, that I think would actually work as a collab. Because this is one of those songs that it wraps off contains up to 12% human. And this is the fact that it's right after TJ is funny. Yeah, exactly. His wife take the old codgers to the home, is it? You bet. All right, so let me grab the link from up here, because it redirects people to BandLab where they can hear the whole album. And go back to here now, and I will play it from here. So listen to this How to Gather and see if you hear what I do, which is doing a kind of a back and forth sort of version of this song.
All right. One more. Then let's all go home. Spent 10 minutes looking for my keys. They were in my left hand, right beside my tea. Walked into the kitchen, forgot why I came. Walked back to the lounge room, then remembered anyway. 100% human, factory imperfections free. Sometimes I get things right, sometimes they get me. 100% human, no update required. Held together mostly by coffee and good intentions. Couldn't find my glasses, they were on my head. Read a shopping list, then forgot the bread. Called somebody's number just to say hello. Hung up halfway through, 'cause I forgot what I needed to know. 100% human, still figuring it out. Some days full of answers, some days full of doubt. 100% human, good enough for me. Little dents and scratches where life used to be. Funny how we're all trying to be perfect when nobody I ever liked really was. "100% human, nothing left to prove. Win a few, lose a few, still get up and move. 100% human, that's enough for me. Wouldn't trade the little faults, they tell my story." Thanks for listening. We'll do it again sometime.
So that was 100% human, and I will completely say that this was inspired by Hunter-Gatherer. This is a track that's kind of done somewhat in that style. I absolutely didn't want to copy his style at all. I wanted to not rip it off. And this is it's a light song, but it was influenced by Hunter-Gatherer and the fact that Hunter-Gatherer is doing these personal songs, and I didn't want to attempt to stomp on that, but I wanted to acknowledge that Hunter-Gatherer does some good stuff, and that's kind of what I thought with this song was I want to do a song that is a human song, and that is a very much a nod to what he does, and kind of addresses some of what a lot of us have done. Where's my keys? I can't find my keys. Oh, right, they're here. Okay, why didn't I not see them? If they'd had teeth, they would have bit me. Where are my glasses? Oh, right, I guess they're in my pocket. That whole human experience, right? That's one of the things that he does very, very well about is doing the human experience. And I thought, I'm not going to try to do something that steals his thunder or steals the limelight. I want to do something that's a nod and acknowledge that, yes, he does some fantastic music. And this is it's a quiet nod, like a sup, appreciate what you do, and you absolutely inspired the song. So there you go. And like I said, it's something that I thought when I was doing this, I could hear Hunted Gatherer and where it's doing some of the guitar potentially being mandolin, right? So, but I wasn't going to do that without asking first, so I had proceeded to do the track as I did, and I like it. It's a good, just, live piece, and I think it's cool. So we should mark that one as played. The sun, turn your light off, or turn your light on in the office. The sun's going down. Perfect timing with this song, Sundowning. Timer's on, won't ADHD, squirrel and scorch it again. Okay, one sec. Computer, turn on desk light.
Okay.
There you go. Hopefully that helps. I've literally done that where couldn't find my keys, and it was a case of they were in my pants pocket. I was walking around, I could feel that there was something in my pocket, but I never even thought about that. Glasses are on your face, in front of your eyes. Yeah, because you don't feel them, right? Using the torch on my phone to find my phone when I'd just woken up. Yep. Take a picture on my phone, couldn't find my phone, so phoned my wife off that very phone to say I couldn't find my phone. She asked me where I last had it. Yeah. That's right. And then after that, you're the asshole because you're the one who couldn't find your phone. It was in your hand the entire time, and aren't you an idiot? Yeah. I don't know if it's ADHD for me. Like I have these. If it's ADHD, it's pretty minor in that aspect. Like I can focus on things, but I have things constantly going in my head. It's just one of those things. Same. Yeah, I'm getting old. Well, that's it, right? Your buffer's getting full, so therefore you need to occasionally do a purge and clear the buffer. Well, I guess that's what Alzheimer's is. I don't know. Anyways, that's definitely ADHD. Okay. Let me do this while we got the chance now. I'm going to flip this over to the ball machine. So I like the scratch and win, but I definitely want to add more stuff to it. And I think that would be something that, as we mentioned, that we're going to get some other stuff in. Anyway, the ball machine. Tech Cowgirl. That is the return of Pierderi. Yeah. Okay. If you want, I can hold on. Computer, turn off up all.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Actually, it'd probably be better to kill it now so that it can cool off. Okay. Let's play it. Open a new tab. Close this extra one. Ah. The lost son of Rhiannon finally returns to Dyfed. I know that I just mispronounced that horribly, I'm sure. An acoustic Welsh folk telling of recognition, justice, and homecoming. Written and produced by Tech Cowgirl, performed by Arden Taro. Okay. So let's do that by... And then I will grab the link. Copy the linkies. Paste it into the chat. Copy all that. Put this into YouTube, and then I shall start.
On a quiet night in a distant hall where the hearth fire breathed its glow, a lord found a child at his oaken door with a radiance soft as snow. No mother wept, no father called, no servant knew his name, but the other world clung to the boy like mist, and the dawn around him came. Oh, the road was long, but it carried him home, through shadowed fields where the lost ones roam. Truth walks slow, yet it finds its own, and Pryderi stands where his heart has known. Let the hills bear witness, let the wind intone. The lost child of Duffet has come home. He grew in the arms of a kindly pair, with a strength beyond his years. The glint in his eye held the other world's light, and a calm that quieted fears. But stories spread like the rivers do, winding far from whence they start, till the truth of his birth like a rising tide filled the foster king's wise heart. Oh, the road was long, but it carried him home, through shadowed fields where the lost ones roam. Truth walks slow, yet it finds its own, and Pryderi stands where his heart has known. Let the hills bear witness, let the wind intone. The lost child of Duffet has come home. They brought him forth to the court of Duffet, and the world seemed to fall away, for the shape of his brow and the light of his gaze were quills in every way. Rhiannon stood in a hush of breath, her sorrow lifting like rain, and the lie that bent her spirit low broke free of its rusted chain. Oh, fate, you circle wide and slow, yet never lose the thread. You return the living to their truth. You wake what once seemed dead. Oh, the road was long, but it carried him home, past whispered doubts and the years alone. Truth walks slow, yet it claimed its own, and Pryderi stands where his blood has known. Let Duffet rejoice, let every heart be shown. The lost child of Rhiannon has come home. The land breathed deep as the tale was told, and justice found its place, for the mother's heart was restored that day, in the light of her son's embrace.
Okay, that was The Return of Frederi by Tech Cowgirl. So, he grew up in a foster king's place, and eventually somebody went, yeah, this guy, yeah, he's got to be this kid, and got to send the kid out to meet the family and the rest of it. Like, I'm guessing that's what's happening. Let's see the chat. Hey, evil unicorn nymph. Nymph? Where did nymph come from? Song number 5, where the lost song returns, and I think it's actually Daffod. Yeah, I like Daffod. I think that works. Zero brains on sleep. Kitty gets me up for breakfast early. No, Puderi finally learned where he came from, and so he wanted to see, so he went there. Cool. Reminder, you were going to shut off the thingy. I don't know if you did. So, yeah, Kitty should be... yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, it could have been a worse outcome too, right? We could have gone up there and never ran into anybody. So, back towards more folksy, tech inspired. Okay, cool. Shut off the kitchen. Awesome. Yeah, so that's cool. Where's Quill? Is he dead, or is he just off and about? Because I'm gathering from the sounds of the lyrics that he might be dead. So I guess we'll find out when we listen to the full album. But kid is home, and mom is like, oh my god, you're not dead. I feel so vindicated, and I'm so happy now. And he's like, Mom, and they're hugging and stuff, and it's very nice. Yeah. Okay, let's mark this one as played, and we shall do the next one. Alice Tanner, Ecstasy, an operatic symphony in memory of Leah Betts, dedicated to the memory of Leah Betts. Yeah, the more I think about it, it's like, I mean, I suppose there could have been way worse outcomes, but some sense of knowing where you come from is always good. I mean, that's what got me into genealogy in the first place, right? Rhiannon was redeemed in the eyes of the people, I think. I have to read more and find out what Pryderi was doing at the time. Because yes, Pryderi could have come back and then at that point slaughtered everybody and taken over the castle. He could have been a good kid gone bad, because that happened sometimes in story. Like Richard III. Okay, let's play.
There you are once more in the rain, my hooded savior, our secret again. Shh, don't tell a soul about me and you. Can't wait to reach that high. No one understands the reasons why. No more tears to cry. Help me live this life. Nervous anticipation, body shaking, need to feel you deep inside me. This ecstasy, my whole body's awakening. No more self-deprecation. I'm free. Can't wait to reach that high. No one understands the reasons why. No more tears to cry. Help me live this life. But after every high, there's a low. Transported back to this insignificant reality. Euphoria now seems so long ago. Unable to feel pleasure without you. Such a tragedy. Couldn't wait to reach that high. No one understood the reasons why. Now it's your turn to cry, and it's time for this angel to
That was Alice Tanner with Ecstasy. We were just having to deal with a moth-tastrophe up here because somebody who is fuzzy and is our couch tiger saw a rather large moth up here at the top of the stairs, and he was like freaking out going, "Oh my God, it's going to come down and carry me off." So I think he's coming up to check and see whether or not I got it. It is currently up above the wardrobe, and I can't actually reach it. But he needed to point that out to me so I could deal with it. Now he's afraid to come into the office because it might carry him away. or some such. I went to open the window, and of course the neighbor is out there in the backyard, and if I'm opening up the window now, the neighbor will be sitting there thinking that we're staring at him, which we're not. Anyways, yeah, so Alice's song is very, like, honestly, I don't know who Leah Betts is. Maybe that's something that's being mentioned in the chat. That was very much a working pastime. Died a few years after her 18th birthday after taking an ecstasy. The news made headlines in the mid-90s because she came from a professional middle-class family, and people like that weren't supposed to do drugs. Okay. Hey, Mr. Hulab. It's a young guy. All right, cool. Yeah, that was cool. It was a operatic piece, which got me immediately thinking, I need to be in more streams with Lyrical Library, simply because she does some great stuff, and I'm hoping she's recovered. I think she's recovered from the whole Riff Fusion debacle. I don't know if I think she's doing stuff in Suno these days, but she always does such beautiful music. And Alice has got such a wide catalog of music that when Alice steps into doing stuff like opera, you can tell that it's still Alice's voice, but Alice is trying to think of the right word here. Alice is like, hold my beer, boys, and she goes and drops in that whole operatic bit and basically belts one out that leaves absolutely everybody stunned, and then she picks it up and picks up her beer again and kind of walks off. That's kind of what I got was the recording of this one. The fact that this is Alice really stretching her muscles and doing a piece about somebody who kind of changed, I guess, the perception in British society, that it wasn't just, wasn't just the ultra rich that had a drug problem, or the lower class who had no money that had drug problems. Everybody was affected by something that was coming into the British scene. This time, my experience is all, bush parties and alcohol and people drinking that kind of stuff, and cocaine was something that rich people took in the cities. It wasn't something that was out in the middle of the boonies, right? And I'm getting from this track that it was very much that kind of a situation here in the UK as well, that people had drugs, but the drugs that you took were in, let's say, in rural areas, were something entirely different than what rich people in the cities would take. And somebody taking ecstasy who was a middle class would be almost unheard of. And that's kind of, the society has changed that much that now everybody has access to that kind of street drug, and almost the failure, I guess, of society for preventing or for keeping that out. I guess it's a case of somebody feels the need to make some money, and rather than just making some general money with just the rich people, hey, let's go and destroy everybody's lives, right? Delivery of the vocals is the word I'm looking for. Actually, that would be a sentence. Delivery of the vocals. That's four words. And it has a start and an end. So that'd be a sentence. Yeah, we ran into the guy. Work construction, drink alcohol, and smoke himself into an early grave because he has no option. He figures he's stuck in working class forever. It's a massive rave and LSD ecstasy culture in the UK in the early mid-90s. Lots of my friends followed that party scene. I didn't, and our friendships drifted apart. Yeah. There was a little bit of that in Canada. You got to hear a little bit about that. I think when we were at Dell, there was a bit of that was kind of on the floor a little. And we're talking, 2000-ish? Canada's always been a little bit backwards that way, right? But yeah, it's 5 years or something after the major cities. That's when it was in the minor cities. So I think until about maybe 2009-ish, that was kind of the thing around there. So, and then you stopped hearing about it so much. Occasionally you hear little things, but that would be it. I didn't really know anybody that was really that involved with it, though. So, Leah Betts, again, I never heard of, but now I have. And, yeah, I guess it's one of those things where it's this universal world thing that's happened over a period of time. And, yeah, it was a realization that, I guess you went from kind of the innocence, as it were, of the 70s, 60s, and 70s, the drugs that were there in the 60s. You had the hard drugs that were something that the average person couldn't afford, and that was in all the rich people's circles. And then you had, street drugs were like booze and, maybe marijuana, but even that would be tough to get on a hold of, And then that got more and more accessible, and then all of a sudden, the harder drugs came down to the street level, and the ability for the average person to get it, because I guess that was the intent, right? And then you had harder stuff start to come out there because it was a thing of, if these people are hooked on the one thing, let's hook them on harder things and guarantee that income. So a lot of lives destroyed because somebody, could, I guess. She just turned 18, first time trying it, and she had gone tragic. Yeah, exactly. 18, entire life just about to start, really. We've done all the base schooling stuff and went out and had some fun, and that fun killed her. Like, for me, it's the 6-year-old that his grandpa got drunk and had the kid, 6-year-old boy, trying to drive them home. I kind of still remember it, I guess, in a way. I kind of laugh about it in a way, because I could have very easily been that kid, and laugh has been the bad word for it, but it still sticks with me because of the fact that my dad did that too, and it could have just as easily been me wrapping the car around a tree. But we were in town. That was maybe the only thing that was different, is just the other guy wasn't in town, and he had a kid that shouldn't even have been in the car, let alone have control of the car. And it killed the kid, the 6-year-old, and the grandpa walked away without a scratch. The kid had so much to live for. He hadn't even really experienced life at 6 years of age. And at 18, I mean, that's where you're basically getting set up for the majority of the rest of your life, right? You've had your basic okay, well, I've gone through childhood and the rest of it, and I think I'm starting to figure stuff out. Actually, I know I figured it all out. I've got it all up here in my head, and I'm getting set up here for the moves that'll make me an adult and, you know, have an adult life. And she went out and was like, yeah, I'll try this stuff, and bang, gone. That's it. And it's a waste, because who knows what she would have been as a result of, you know, just a slightly different choice. All right, let's mark this one as played. The placenta. Okay, we'll prove that one. All right. If it winds up being me again, though, I'm going to pass on to somebody else. Inara. Vera. Nordic Nordic ritual techno. Viking performance, dark folk, electronica, shamanic techno, tribal sci-tech. All right, let's copy this, put it into the chat. Oh, and before I forget, Alice, I will go and have to talk to the booker of things downstairs about making suggestions as to times to do a meetup, because that would be cool. Because if I make the suggestions and the rest of it, it's going to be wrong. So you know how it is. So all right, here we go. That was Vera by Anara. And I was seriously missing something in the chat. I am going to go look at what was in the chat right after I go and I mark submissions as being closed. Because we're going to come up to about 10 o'clock at this rate. So, something important. Come to Wales and elope? You mean we can't just ship? Big box, wood, pallet style, air holes, tray that can, catch any waste. That kind of an idea. It could be a dowry, right? We go and we ship to America. There you go. I like that idea. Can't ship him out until he has a citizenship here? Okay. Well, just saying that Anara has American citizenship, and if you want Anara to come here and elope with, War Tigers and the rest of it, then at that point, it'd be a case of there be American citizenship that would happen as a result of that, because that would be necessarily the elope part. However, if we go and ship, then it's the whole awkwardness of, Anara having to come over here and elope with War Tigers to go back to there. That's a two-way trip. But if we go and ship, there's only one-way trip that has to happen, you see? Just think of how much money that would save. Just saying. It could be a one-way trip to Wales. Well, it could, but there's also this established life and stuff that could be happening in the States too. I'm just saying, don't shut down options here. Let's look at the logistics of this. If we are looking at a case of what would be the cheapest option available, I know that the government frowns on people going through any kind of X-ray machine in suitcases, but there's nothing said about crates putting into a crate and going and shipping that. That's happened. Yeah, whichever direction works out best. I think personally, shipping from here to there. I mean, the other way you're doing things that you've got the jet stream and the rest of it, but that only works by air. But you could go and potentially get a crate and put it onto something like the Queen Mary. Sorry, what is it? The QE2. There you go. And the QE2 goes and shifts out of Portsmouth, and then it winds up in New York. See, that would potentially be live cargo transport, and that would be totally cool. We could do it that way. Plane seat is cheaper than the dog crate of Magnus. So yeah, but you're taking half the fun of it out. You go in and you set up the crate and you put War Tigers in there and put labels on the side, warning, here be tigers, that kind of stuff. No petting, I bite. That kind of stuff. So, anyways, before we put anybody farther into the frying pan, let's go and mark this one as played and do the next song. Another lottery. Hey, I was waiting for this one actually because it was sitting at the top for quite a while. So let's see, if I was to have a rigged wheel. Oh, what's this?
Song submissions are now closed.
Yeah, there. See? Notice how it doesn't interrupt everything? That's cool. If I was to have a rigged wheel, I would have had Joshua's Tree, and then probably Loosely, and then Hunted Gatherer, and then Prox. And Mr. Hulab just came in, so Mr. Hulab should be up the list as well. And then Anara, and I would be the one who would finish off the queue. That's how I would do it. So, let's do, when I get down to 5, 3, yeah, when it's 5, I'm going to switch it over to the transporter. And we'll wrap up the transporter that way. And for the moment, though, I hope you will give me an apology, or sorry, I hope you will give me an exception here, Joshua's Tree, because I do need to run down and use the washroom. So I'm going to set you up here and get you going. Yes, we know somebody that makes T-shirts. Trouble, it comes to mind. Caution, Wild Tiger. Yep. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get this one playing, and then I shall be right back. Zero, 6 minutes. Ah, there we go.
You choose a mere disguise. You better know I've played the game. I must assume nothing ever changes. I'm waking up from this fever dream. I'm digging up the dead beneath my feet. I'm cracking up. Clearly now, it's right before my eyes. Guess I'm just pretending I don't see your disguise. Learning to breathe again takes my breath away. I'm breaking all the chains tying me to empty spaces. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. It's all my own fault for giving you a place here. Now I fear my own thoughts. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. I'm fading fast. I'm trying to escape, but I'm trapped inside the past. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm blind. Tell me there's something that will ease my mind, but don't tell me everything is okay. Because I can see it, I can feel it, I know what's underneath. And every time I close my eyes, it begins to reach out. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. 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 All the changing moods and all the lies, the face you choose, a mere disguise. You better know I've played the game. I must assume nothing ever changes. I'm waking up from this fever dream. I'm digging up the dead beneath my feet. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. Reaching in the dark, the absence of sound. Nothing we have lost will ever be found. I can see it clearly now. It's right before my eyes. Guess I'm just pretending I don't see your disguise. Learning to breathe again takes my breath away. I'm breaking all the chains tying me to empty spaces. I'm cracking up. I'm breaking down. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out.
Sorry about that. I was distracted a little bit coming down or coming back up from downstairs. That was Joshua's Tree, Freaking Out. Back burner demo. So version of a song I've been working on forever. Can't get the original version right, but I came up with this and thought it was pretty cool. Need to shorten it up a bit. Lyrically, it was supposed to be my relationship with my ex-wife and how I felt at the time. Certain things came to light. Not sure if that came through in this particular version. Hope you all be bopping to it. Or bopping as you hear it. Alright, cool. Yeah, I was handed some food, or told to get some food here, so I just grabbed some. One sec. Oh, the keyboard is on, so I can't put that down on there. All right. What I can do, though, is not slide that ahead. I'll have to figure this out. Anyways. Hi. What are you doing? You coming up for a visit too? So much for that idea of putting that down there. I think we're going to have to come up with something half-assed. I know. I can do that. I am good at that. Okay. Let's see if half-assed works. Yes, success. Excellent. You like that? Does that work? Okay. You see stuff. Yes, you do. I know. Your eyes are right on it. Okay, I gotta continue the song here, okay? Go girl. Alright, let's go into the chat. Dogs absolutely want some garlic or ginger garlic beef, rice and veggies. Yes, okay. Yeah, I heard that. Okay, let's mark this one as played. And let's do the next one here. And then after that, we will switch to the transporter for the last few. Oh, here's another song by Anara. This is called Rigged Wheel, I guess. Ahosh Bromo. Bomo. When the road turns Moravian. Work in progress. A friend talked to us about his city, and it sparked an idea to expand on our travel songs to visit somewhere we hadn't thought of before and be shown the local wonder through their eyes. This is Bomo, integrating Moravian scenery and culture, an area of the Czech Republic I knew little about. I know a bit more now and have one more option for travel one day. Cool. Yeah, I thought somebody was breaking into the house there when I was coming up the stairs. But apparently there was supper that was needing to be guarded, so that's what was happening. Anyways, let's play this. Come on, there we go.
Morning rolls across Vienna, coffee warm between our hands, maps folded loose beside us, no hurry in the plans. Let the quickest road go rushing, we have nowhere else to be. Take the one that bends through somewhere we've never stopped to see. City stone falls in the mirrors, open country fills the glass. Your fingers settle into mine and borders quietly pass. Green grows wider by the roadside, low hills gather in the blue. Every mile I've never traveled feels less strange because of you. Then Palava finds the skyline, the vines run bright beneath the sun. Mikulov above the vineyard says the Moravian road's begun. We stop because the view says stop here, not because the map said when. Laugh over something mispronounced, then try the word again. Dobry den to passing strangers, dziękuję when kindness shows. Every little word gets warmer when we're learning as we go. When the road turns Moravian, keep your hand here inside. hill set the time, lavender snow and emerald fire. Under one white traveling sky, every town becomes a promise when I see it by your side. No finish line, no need to know, just us and where the next roads go. Rings through evening and we grin and step away down through Zelnyak with no schedule. Market voices, stone and light. We came looking for a city, now we're staying for the night. Friends are waiting round the corner. Ahoy, come, you're walking wrong. Not the route they print for strangers. Come and hear where we belong. So we follow without questions through the streets that made them whole. Every homeland sounds much different when a friend reveals its soul. Show us where you waste an evening, where you go when friends are near. Show us where the day runs easy, where the locals disappear. We don't need the perfect postcard, give us ordinary days. That's the part we'll still remember when we're many roads away. When the road turns more avian, keep your hand here inside mine. From Vienna into Brno, let the old hills set the time. Lavender snow and emerald fire. Under one wide traveling sky, every town becomes a promise when I see it by your side. No finish line, no need to know, just us and where the next roads go. Place to place.
I'd rather learn a crooked street by watching someone's face.
I'd rather know the little cafe where our friends have always been.
The hill they climbed when they were younger,
the door they wander in. Someday these won't be future miles or plans we sing about. We'll wake beneath the foreign sky and simply wander out. Your hand in mine,
your love ahead,
another road beneath our tread. Na zdraví to roads unseen,
na zdraví
to in between, to friends who show us where they're from and make a distant country home. When the road turns more avian, keep your heart here next to mine. Ahoy, Brno, evening glowing. We have nowhere else sometime. Lavender snow and emerald fire, laughing under foreign skies. Every road becomes a memory when I travel by your side. From the vineyards to the city, from the old streets to the dawn, we will carry what you showed us long after we have traveled on.
no finish line,
No fun in song, the road keeps asking us along. Dziękuję for the evening, dziękuję for the road, for every friend who opens up a corner of their home.
ahoy now,
Not goodbye, there's too much world beneath this sky. Burn settles in the mirror,
morning gathers up ahead.
wherever the next road takes us, we'll follow where it bends, side by side, and moving on. Arachaitlin.
All right, that was Inara with Ahoy Bramo. I just heard it. You'd think I'd get it. Nope, apparently not. So this is a nice little traveling piece. It's one of those pieces that you'd almost hear on, I don't know, TVs in about the 80s or 90s, wherever they'd have like a, well, maybe not the 80s or the 90s, maybe the 70s or 80s, where you'd have a variety show on. You'd have a couple of people who could make it down to the studio and they'd do performance on the show. That's kind of what I got with this one. It's like, you know, you had a small group of maybe about 5 musicians getting together and singing the song and singing about traveling, which is cool. And that whole experience of moving from place to place and getting to meet friends and see places. All right, which will mark this one as played. After I make sure that I had copied this into the chat, which I believe I did. I just never pressed play, chat. Yeah, he is very snuggly. Actually, he was up here, did a cameo earlier on where he was showing his big happy face and wags and stuff. Him and I have had... Hang on. That's my dog. War Tigress was stomping down the hallway. Okay, are you good? It's fine. You're saving Daddy. Yes. What a good girl. Come on. Come on. There you go. You are interfering with the broadcasting day. Come here. Come here. Do you want to say hi to the camera? What? You don't know what a camera is. You want to say hi? No? Here, let me move this out of the chair, okay? Got a camera, or have a laptop that is there that needs to come up. There you go. Okay, do you want to say hi to the camera? Or do you want to say hi to my supper? Hi to my supper. There you go. I'm going to go check and see. Okay, no, he didn't come in the room. We're fine. It's okay. There you go. Kisses. Yes, I love you too. Good girl. Yes, defender of suppers. That is our two. Yeah. That is our two couch potatoes. Oh, she'd absolutely take my supper and yours. Could have wrestling, women's, and music and become very popular until the labels start stealing all their money. That is exactly right. But apparently the trick with that is you get endorsements. So the women wrestlers are wrestling in Nike gear. That's how you do it. Or Adidas shoes. I think they have exclusivity contracts, though. Okay, let's mark this one as played. And we will do the next one. I said if when we're down to 5, so on the next one, I will switch it to the transporter for the last batch. I figured that. Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. So let me do this. I will open this tab, pull it over to here. I will grab a copy of this one, paste it into here. No, that's not going to work because it's going to go. I try to do a search for the whole thing. All right. And we will load this in here. So I can load up the window. All right, good. Windows loaded. Okay. For Sister Chastity and anyone else who believes there is only one reality, one universe, and one timeline, this interview segment aired before the championship match between Venus, copyright, and her challenger, who possibly only exists inside your mind. That's Dark Ico? Okay, cool. Then I'd copy this, and then I paste it into here. Yes, she will absolutely take my supper. For all you hippie conspiracy theorists, solid proof there is only one reality, and there's no other way to experience existence other than objective reality and singular viewpoints. Wait, what is that? Oh, dripping sarcasm. Thank you so much. I love it. Let's play. Right after I make sure that my other window is muted, which it is. Cool. Here we go.
And we're looking forward to catching a championship match next week. That's right, partner. The new #1 contender, Dark Aiko, will challenge the undisputed SPW champion Venus for the top prize in all of SPW. And while we couldn't find either of them in the arena tonight, we do have a confessional for you from Venus. You know, once upon a time, partner, she was in a faction called the Business Side alongside Foxy and Scarlett, and the three of them ran roughshod over SPW as corporate heels. But recently, Venus has ascended to the highest of heights, while Foxy and Scarlett find themselves in rehab after beating the living hell out of each other.
I've been coming here every week to check on Foxy and Scarlett and see how their rehab is coming along. This isn't rehab.
You really do believe you are a champion now, Ja? Are you so sure that is the case? And did you get the message?
DJ Clint.
And we do apologize for the technical difficulties that prevented us from bringing you that physical therapy visit from Venus to Scarlett and Foxy, but we hope they're doing well, and we hope to see them in the ring again soon. And hope we see Venus and Dark Aiko next week for the championship match that we have planned.
Rough. Sorry about that. I had to mute for a second because somebody was going to bark at me because she wants my supper. Isn't that right? So that was Sweetheart Pro Wrestling. And I'm kind of curious what Portia sounds like because we just kind of saw her hanging out there going, is this thing on? I am so stoned. That was cool though. This looked like this is a mix of a couple of different styles. Again, with the poser or the Daz type models for the older look, and then maybe something like Kling or something for the newer stuff. It's nice. It's a good mix of old and new, which I quite liked. And had gone and was like, yeah, no, we're going to kind of walk this and nothing to see here. There's no, strange alternate reality thingies happening or breakdowns of worlds or world walking or any of that kind of stuff. No, none of that is happening here. If the glove fits, you must acquit. Look at the bunny, look at the bunny. So that's cool. A little late. Well, all you've missed is me talking endlessly for hours, which I'm sure you're fine with. Mark this one as played. All right. We're actually down to the last 5 songs. I'm about to switch to the Transporter. All right. So let's pick. Sure, I'll do mine. Why not? So, because this way I can go and actually eat my food and not have to worry about giving somebody some comments. Because I know what this sounds like. So this is off the 4th comedy album as well, which I will grab the link to off here. And those of you who have been here know the story behind this whole album. Those who don't, well, it's my latest album, comedy album. But Please Hold is, well, it was a 20% chance, right? Realistically, it was going to have to pick somebody. So, Please Hold was the result of going and working with Green Lounge Records and hearing that, what Green Lounge Records tends to play is like a lot of lounge music and the rest of it. It's kind of in the name, right? So I thought, well, let's have some fun with it and let's do something that would be some lounge music. And then in my head popped hold music. You must do hold music. And I went, oh, that's brilliant. I love it. So this is kind of being on the phone, waiting to connect to tech support and getting to hear the atrocious hold music. That's kind of where this is from. Yes, we did.
Your call is very important to us. Please continue holding.
Monday morning, coffee's ready. Need one answer, should be quick. Press 1, press 2, press 3, press 4, now press 6. Representative unavailable. Estimated wait time 3 minutes. 37 minutes later.
Please hold while we ignore you.
Your call is very important to somebody not here.
Please hold.
Your patience matters. We've upgraded our apology since last year. Lovely music, same accord in 30-second loop again. Know the solo, know the harmony, know the breathing, know the end. I think I'm starting to become the hold music.
Hello? Please listen carefully. Our menu options.
estimated wait time has increased for quality assurance.
Please hold while we ignore you.
Thank you for your patience.
Please don't
Go away.
Thank you for continuing to hold.
So there you go. Some of the better accordion hold music I've ever heard. Oh, we're having a double check of the plate. Is Daddy's supper better than my supper? Is Daddy's supper better than Mummy's supper? Like, what's going on? I need to know. Inquiring dogs want to know, etc., etc. All right. So he's currently sitting in here. She has gone downstairs because she has had her opportunity at the plate. All right, but that was it. That was Please Hold. And I love some of the lines in there. It's like, your call matters to somebody who's not here. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, who are we going to pick next? Fawkes. Tabasco Heat. This is a hard reggaeton rock song about Tabasco sauce. Ooh, spicy. I suppose I could do that better. Ooh, spicy. There we go. That's, you got to get that in there to make that proper. Okay. Here we go. We'll get this one going. And then I can check the chat. There we go.
A legend wrote on every side. Born from heat, born with style. One drop hits, the fire wakes. Tabasco spark, no mistake. On every table, loud and clear, his spicy voice is all we need. Hay tabaco, Tabasco, arde machín, pica duro, pica sin fin, chilito bravo, fuego en mí, fuego cerquita, puro festín. Hay tabaco, Tabasco, arde machín, pica, pica, sabor que ruge, siempre bien picuje, siempre bien picoso. Pepper power, a sharp hot hit, it wakes the soul. Fuse the grid. A tiny spark that lights the flame. Tabasco rises, claims its name. One drop lands, the story grows. As he stays bold wherever it goes. Ay, Tabasco, Tabasco, arde machín, pica duro, pica sin fin, chilito bravo, fuego en mí, fuego cerquita, puro festín. Ay, Tabasco, Tabasco, arde machín, pica, pica, sabor que ruge, siempre bien picoso, siempre bien picoso.
Got it just before it looped. Okay, that was Prox Warrior with Tabasco Heat. Hard rock reggaeton. Yeah, I'd say. Oh, hang on. What are you doing? Do you want the plate? Sorry, I'm being asked very nicely to go and provide access to a plate here. There we go. Yeah, hard reggaeton. So it had a good beat to it, and it had a very good sound. I could actually see T or somebody doing this song, actually, to be honest. And I have a very, 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 very loose association with Spanish from basically childhood. When I was a kid and I was watching Sesame Street, there was no French Sesame Street. There was never any French on Sesame Street because that wasn't a thing that existed at that point. So they had Maria and they had another character who were from Mexico, and you learned some Spanish as a result of that. So I was looking, going pica, as in like, so that's hot. And if I was to go through it, hold on. Come on, get out of the bedroom. You don't need to be barking out the window at the neighbors. Lay down. Just good boy. Was that bark just to test me? I will come get you if I have to. Good boy. So Artist Machine, which would be like Tabasco. Yes, Tabasco. Artist. I don't know artists, but basically the hot that lasts, the hot that'll finish you. I'm probably really butchering this. I think Cirqueta, I think, is like, oh man, it's been too many years. I think Fuego. Yeah. Anyway, I think this is definitely a good song about Tabasco. I mean, it certainly gets the message across, and it has a good sound. Like I said, it sounds like something the T would do, and that's a good thing completely. And last time I don't believe Prox is from the Spanish-speaking area of the U.S., so it's cool that Prox is writing this. I'm curious as to how you got the lyrics. So if this is a case of where you had somebody translate for you, or machine translation. So check the chat. Okay, count to 39 in Spanish. Fear me. Mexican Spanish. Cool. I think the very first time we got exposed to reggaeton was through her first name, Jillian Michaels. She was doing music on one of her exercise shows, and she had reggaeton, and that was like the coolest thing ever because it had a really good beat to it. And enjoyed that quite a bit. Really? Okay. That's cool. I thought Prox Warrior was a little bit farther east. Like more in Loosely's neck of the woods. Or Finland or somewhere. Oh, no. Gary's food, no. Finland's where you want to live. Excellent. I gotta say I'm pretty happy where we're at for the most part. I found out that my mom's side, there was a great grandparent that actually lived in this town that we were in, which was not the reason why we picked it. We picked this place because of the fact that they were the first people to get back to us that would allow large dogs. And that was one of those cases of where it was just like, I'm assuming that the landlord went all glazy-eyed as the universe went and said, yes, you can bring your large 75-pound dog to my house. It is perfectly fine. It is not a problem. Just go and bring your loud, like, Hooveristic barking thing into my neighborhood. It's okay. And they were getting that because they were told that by the universe. That's how I like to think about it. End result is we have a travel crate that is in the back in what I call the murder shack, and we've been here for 3+ years. So the fact that I had a great grandparent who lived here as a coal miner, I'm sure is not necessarily in this house, though, because given the age of the town, the houses and the rest of it, they probably would have lived within a few blocks of where we're at now. They would have been in the old town, which is where we're at. So he would have gone to work by walking over to one of the coal pits. And then his kid went to Barbados and met a daughter of one of the plantation owners that was there, and they went to Canada. Basically, they met and he got her the hell out of there, and they emigrated to Canada. And their daughter was my grandmother. So there you go. Everybody, welcome to Useless Facts. All right, who's up next? Hunter-Gatherer with The Meaning of Human. A song covering, actually, Altion T4 from my upcoming EP, Lest We Forget. Estonia is on my travel list. Probably Talanarva or Tartu, I believe it's called. I'm sorry, we don't have landlord here. We have flat lords. Depends on what you want to see. Yeah, and I was thinking about that. We might be able to walk down the street to the library and get the census records from 1870 or 1891 for this area. That's where they were showing up. And if we can find that record, then the library may actually have a location as to where they lived. Yeah, 2 travel crates. That's exactly it.
They started with numbers before they started with names. A chart, a measurement, a theory, a better world. They measured heads and counted blood. They wrote down traits, they called them good. They made a list of who should grow and who should never pass it on. They called it science, called it care, put clean white coats around despair. And if a person could be labeled, they could make the label matter more than them. It sounds different when you call it progress. It sounds cleaner when you call it choice. They said it was mercy. They said it was wise. They said some lives were worth more in the eyes of science. They said it was kindness to stop certain blood from reaching tomorrow. They forgot tomorrow belongs to everyone. A mother held her little girl, and somebody wrote her down, not by her laughter, not her name, but by the things they thought were wrong. A doctor signed a piece of paper, a court made the sentence legal, and somewhere in a quiet office a stranger called it medical. No screaming in the paperwork, no blood on the pen, just ordinary words making ordinary people disappear. They said it was mercy. They said it was clean. They said the world would be better if the wrong ones were unseen. They said it was kindness. They said it was for the whole. And somewhere beneath all the numbers, a person was still a soul. Then the language got colder, and the numbers got names: unfit, defective, burden, insane. A word becomes a category becomes a cage becomes a sentence, and somebody calls it fate. The hospitals kept records, the trains kept moving, the doors kept closing, because everyone had a reason not to look too closely. This is where the story gets harder, because evil didn't always look like evil. Sometimes it looked educated, sometimes it sounded gentle, sometimes it wore a doctor's coat, and sometimes it was just a person doing their job and deciding not to ask what the job meant. First they decide who's different, then they decide what different means, then they decide what different cost, then they decide who pays. And once you teach a country that some people are worth less, you don't get to choose where that lesson ends. The gas chambers did not begin the story. They were the place the story arrived, after years of preparation, after laws, after doctors, after courts, after paperwork, after neighbors learning how not to see. And that's the part I can't forget. The machinery was built by people who convinced themselves they were making the world better. They said it was mercy. They said it was clean. They said they knew which lives the world didn't need. They called it compassion. They called it reform, until compassion meant deciding who was allowed to be born. And if you think this only happened because they were monsters, then listen to the language they used, because the road to hell can sound very reasonable when nobody says where it leads. A number becomes a person becomes a problem becomes a burden becomes disposable. And somewhere along the way, human stopped meaning everyone. The first thing they killed was the meaning of the word human.
That was Hunted Gatherer with The Meaning of Human. So, eugenics, that's what this is all about, realistically, which is quite a popular placard for people to go and hang on to in the 20s and 30s. And it was the idea that basically everybody would be better off if you went and you could see this in shows like Gattaca as well, for those that aren't aware of this, where everybody was held to a higher standard at a genetic level. You would improve the species, and as a result of that, you would get rid of things like weakness and sickness and all this kind of stuff. And eugenics was a concept that extended pretty widely, as I was saying. In Alberta, actually, we had the same thing happening during the 1950s and 60s, where you had forced sterilization of kids, and in some cases some unmarried mothers as well, that they basically said that, you know, this person shouldn't be allowed to have children or shouldn't be allowed to breed if they were caught before, you know, a certain age. Then at that point they would be either chemically or medically castrated. That's castrated being, in this case, the generic, both male and female, sterilized in general. So they were saying that humanity would be better off as a result of that. But then again, as he pointed out in the song, how do you decide what is, you know, perfect? What is the best of humanity? How do you go and measure that, or how do you work towards that? And it becomes a slope of where you're trying to grade it, and pretty soon it gets to be almost a needle tip. You know, everybody who isn't sitting on the eye or on the head of the needle, or the point of the needle, well, everyone else is undesirable. And you wind up with a very, very extremely select group of people that would be there to, I guess, take it all at the end, right? So eugenics was not specific to Europe. Eugenics was not something that was unknown to other parts. Like the US had it, Canada had it, large parts of Europe had it, Asia had it. At the end of the day, the only thing really that made it different in one way was it was became from a racial sort of unwritten thing. Well, yeah, don't marry outside your, you know, don't marry outside your class, or don't marry outside your neighborhood, I guess you could say. You know, that person over there may look cute, but yeah, they're beneath you. Or that person over there may look cute and that, but you know, they are a different color than you. They are impure, or they are something that is not desirable with us, you know. And an us versus them means eventually you only wind up with an us, and even then us becomes subdivided into us and them. So as a result of eugenics, you had a lot of people that were literally just disposed of because they didn't meet the grade, right? That was being set. And again, when you raise that bar, you raise it higher and higher and higher until eventually everybody, except for a few people, are very much below that bar. And then what's left? Well, you know, you have a world with maybe 20,000 people in it, and everybody else is basically dead, right? But then those 20,000 will be grouping amongst themselves. So ultimately, the goal behind eugenics was something that was a way to improve the species, supposedly. But the reality was, how do you improve a species when you can't define what is best for the species? Because it's a matter of subjection, right? your standards for what is going to be the pinnacle of human evolution is going to be entirely different than somebody else's. So it was a great concept in the aspect of supposedly the goal was to improve humanity. The reality of eugenics will never work, because you will wind up with one person basically, or maybe a group of 200 or so people, and that will cause humanity to die off. So yeah, it's suicide is what eugenics is. So looking through, again, genealogy, you look back, and the people that are always recorded are the people that are usually higher up in the food chain. I mean, I'm lucky in the fact that when I look back through genealogy, I'm able to track some ancestors back who were basically farmers back to the 1500s, right? That's luck, but it's only because of the fact that the records and stuff that existed in the UK go back, you know, way before that. So where one of my ancestors was picked up, it was about 500 years past where, you know, a lot of the nobility and stuff were still being recorded, right? So, and even that far back, you have somebody who's from Ireland, and they married somebody who was English, and then you have the Welsh in there. Well, if the Welsh are considered to be, you know, an inferior species, then you got to wipe out everybody on that line, right? Oh, look, I'm dead. Oh, but wait a minute. No, got to go back here on the other side, because on the other side, there was somebody back who was Dutch. Oh, we can't have that. So we got to wipe that person out too, because the Dutch. Oh, well, there's that. Oh, and then there's Native in there. Oh, you know, melting pot is what you have with human society, and it's been going that way for so many, you know, tens of thousands of generations, because ultimately people get together, they have children, and those children go on to get together and have children, and nobody is any kind of pure anything. You have, you know, sorry, there's one exception I can think of that, which is you do have some people that are pure idiots and purely able to go and convince themselves that what they're doing is right. And that's usually a case of some kind of sense of hyped up morality on their part that they use to convince themselves that they are, you know, the agents of God, or whatever, however you want to put it. So eugenics is bad, and people are mutts, and, you know, people like to get it on across like all kinds of groups, and purity doesn't exist. I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. And this is a case of people getting sent, you know, entire groups and collections of people getting sent to the gas chambers because somebody decided that, you know, they didn't like them for reasons. So, but thank you, Hunter Gatherer, for bringing this one out. Again, for, you know, having us talk about it, right? Just mark that one as played. Yay, only 2 away from being free of me, guys. How would you get Khan without the eugenics war? Very simple. What would happen is you would have a frozen embryo that would be put into a thing alongside Philip J. Fry, and then at that point, when Fry's container opens up, the embryo expands when exposed to air to become Khan. That's how it works. All right. Which one should we run? You know what? Mr. Hulab has not had a tune played yet, so let's run Mr. Hulab first. But that being said, I'm just going to run the transporter and see who the transporter pulls. And if it pulls Mr. Hulab, then it says that it's not rigged. If it doesn't pull Mr. Hulab, well, loosely said, a couple played. Oh, see? This wasn't a rigged wheel, unless I'm trying to prove by it not choosing Mr. Hulab that it isn't a rigged wheel, so therefore it is. Yeah, there's that. All right, but let's play Mr. Hulab because we have not had a song by Mr. Hulab. And here we go.
You last too long, so long, and still undo. You never thought you'd have to, did you? Won't cut the bond, this bond, and soothe her blues. Won't miscarry the nurture of her dew. So you milk each drop, squeeze her dread, drown her in worry. Yet weak she still supports your head. And you feel it coming. Oh, you feel it coming. That water breaks to shake the mud. But the day will come when the cord won't hold, and you'll be cut out, forced down her gut. A safe haven, your haven, where the eternal boy babbles to the tender yield of her natural cradle. And they're heavy, too heavy, your heart knocks. Everyone grows tired but her, but her, but her, but her, still dragging her feet. So the placenta fills your needs, and you feel it coming. Oh, you feel it coming. That water breaks to shape the mud. But the day will come when the cord won't hold, and you'll be cut out, forced down her Too late, your first cry came out too late, when just heaven is her fate, her fate, in time, your fist cry, in time to grieve, to grieve, to grieve, to...
So that was the Placenta by Mr. Hulab. So that was a cool piece. Yeah, that it looked entirely like somebody who basically had given up their entire life for their children and well past the point of where their children should have been off on their own, basically given their entire life for that child, and the child never really understood or appreciated it until it was too late. Yeah, and I was thinking it sounded a whole lot like Tori Amos. The mother figure going from being a young woman to literally almost being sucked dry by the child. So he's healthy and the rest of it, and it's just taking it out of her. Yeah, there's a certain point where it's like, I love you, but it's time to get out of the nest, little bird. Baby bird, kick, kick, boot. Why'd you fly? Oh, you did not fly. Are you dead? Well, my job is done as a parent. Sorry, a little dark, but that's kind of what I was thinking with this was, yeah, that guy would have been gone 21-ish, because, it was time for her to go on with her life. And, there are letters and phones and, occasional visits, but it looked entirely like every part of her life was taken up with her son. And that was, that's it. So that's cool. Like I said, aspects of Tori Amos on this one, a lot of that, and the video work was really well done. And yeah, appreciate your parents, I guess. Just mark that when it's played. So this is going to be, because I see that we have a Prox Warrior jacket come in as well. So I will approve that one. And then we can mark the demarc line there. And we will play, I think loosely, it's been a while. But on an unrigged wheel, it should be loosely. There you go. See? I love when it's coming across and not being rigged and stuff. Okay, here we go. That was cool. That was loosely based on EDM with Spaceman, melancholic Soviet wave synth. So, continuity problem I'm going to point out here, loosely based on EDM. That was an American spacesuit, not a cosmonaut suit, because they have an orange suit. Bah, that's Nemesis vibe for you right there. Point out the faults in your video. No, it's cool. I like that. The whole idea of, you know, kids growing up and wanting to become astronauts and go to space. That was really beautifully put out in that piece. So, but before I forget, because I did forget, let me grab that link for Mr. Hulab, because I wanted to put that link in the chat. Yeah, I knew it was only a matter of time. Where is it? Mimic chess. Loosely. And Nara, Tabasco, Tuck, Placenta. There we are. Never meant to be a cosmonaut. Oh, okay. I thought it was supposed to be a cosmonaut. Or is that I called you on your continuity error, and therefore at that point it no longer was a cosmonaut. It was an American. Sorry, Markin. There you go. Placenta. There we go. Men will never grow up, or they will forever live their dreams. Yes, men never grow up. That's the message we want to tell all the women, is that we will never grow up. Never be mature. Yeah. I have a hard enough time being taken seriously as it is. You want me to go and say I'm immature too? You're a cruel person. All right. Let's mark this one as played. Hey, what's that? What does this say?
Song submissions are now closed.
Oh, see? And it waited, right? Isn't that nice? That's the way that good software should behave. Okay, Prox Warrior with the last song. That's Vimicor, which is Aurora Guardian. This is a fusion of Snow Golem and Iron Golem, and it's in Estonian. Yes, she convinced me that I needed to grow up. So she did that by feeding me. So therefore I grew out. That's it. Yeah, back and neck pain. There you go.
Rauast vaim, mutandi jõud. Seis kõrgel, tugev valguslaam. Kestust hoiab Virmakoor. Kas keegi tuleb? Virmakoor. Värvil kiirelt seisab veel. Virmakoor seisab, kaitseb meid. Ta hingab lund, külm õhk suust. Mutantne loits lõi lumest kuju, rauajõud sees, ta ärkab muidu. Elujõud väike, kuid kiire mees,
viska lund, ta teeb oma tööd. Ta käib omal rajal lumes, jäljed märjad, maa on külmes. Heita ta kiirelt 2-3 sammu, siis valva teda väikest kuju. Kes sust hoiab? Firmakoor. Kas keegi tuleb? Firmakoor. Värvil kiiret seisab veel. Firmakoor seisab, kaitseb meid. Ta pole sõdur, ainult hea, su õuel seisab, peab kõik pea. Kui päike kõrvetab, sulab ta ära, kui vihta tabab, jääb ta väiksemaks ära. Ta sobib sinna, kus lumi on maas, külm kuubik, pehme ja laas. Ta viskab lund, kui teide võitlust, ta on vaid valvur rahuhoidlust. Kes sust hoiab? Firmakoor. Kas keegi tuleb? Firmakoor. Värvil kiirut seisab veel. Firmakoor seisab, kaitseb meid.
sulend jõud, mis tõstab ta, see rauast kuju tugev ka. 2 külma kahurit õlgadel, silmad firmal värvidel.
Arendatud lumekuju, tugevam ja suurem.
Kes sust hoiab? Firmakoor. Kas keegi tuleb? Firmakoor. Värvil kiiret seisab veel. Firmakoor seisab,
Kaitseb meid,
kes sust hoiab? Firmakoor. Kas keegi tuleb? Firmakoor. Värvil kiiret seisab veel. Firmakoor seisab,
kaitseb meid. Rauast vaim, mutandi jõud. Firma silmad,
külmne löök.
That was Prox Warrior 33 with Vimacore. So this is all chock full of 80s synthy goodness, which I've really liked and appreciated. Complete with solos, and that was awesome. I didn't understand the lyrics, but that's just saving somebody about a 20-minute talking to probably, so we're good there. Structured wise, I mean, it seemed to be really good. The structure was definitely there. Seemed to be like a 4-panel sort of setup. I'm probably going to get told that's not what it's called. Well, it kind of seemed that way. 4-line blocks. How's that? That's not what it's called. Well, that's what I'm going to call it. Yeah, this is good. I mean, this is very definitely 80s influenced, and I like that a lot. So we'll mark that when it's played. No songs in queue. So I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to click on this just to make sure there's nothing in the queue. And if not, then that should be the end of the show. Nothing's dropping. Excellent. Okay. That officially goes and wraps the queue for tonight. And we have the closing theme. And I will get that playing, and then at that point I'm probably going to throw an album on just to have that run. If you guys want to stick around for that, then you guys feel totally free to do that. Look, there's an announcement. What does it say?
Song submissions are now open.
Nope. That's a little late. It takes a while to generate. It's a 12-year-old server, so I will say that. So it will go and probably say that the submissions are closed. but it'll do that after I start playing the track here. So I'm going to, as I said, play out, and then at that point I will put on a virtual album and have that running. And then if you guys want to stick around and listen to that, you can. Yeah.
Song submissions are now closed.
Like that.
Low and my signals fading slowly, screens are going dark. Every voice that found its way left a little spark. Static in the silence, but the echo still remains. When the night falls quiet and the songs all drift away, we'll be here next week, man, when the signal finds its way. Meet us all, meet us all, meet us all at Club Fawkes. Meet us all at Club
Show is now off air.
Cool, eh? All right, what am I going to put on for you guys? He says, Mingly. I know. How about something that won't be out until the 15th of September? Let's put that on, because then you guys can hear it. Yeah, we'll do that. I have to run it from here because it's not set up. At least I don't think it will. Let's see. Let's try it. Just on the off chance that it works. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop, 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 boo. Yeah, that's not going to work because it's private. Okay. Cool. All right. So put on the Best of Deaf Bits. And this will be out on the 15th of September. And I hope you guys should enjoy it. Should be kind of a fun little bouncy thing. Here we go.
Back to basics. Back to basics. Back to basics. Back to basics. Lost the game years ago. Greed and ego. Take it back, power back. Back to basics. Back to basics. Try again. Try again. Back to basics. Back to basics. Try again.
pay to play, not pay to play. Take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back. Same old game, pawns in play, pawns in play. Tighten belts, tighten belts. Every day, not their world, don't belong. Face it now, face it now, face it now. Smoke will rise, poison the skies, break the chain, set us free. Seas will grow, seas will grow. Start again, start again. Back to basics. Back to basics. Try again. Take it back. Take it back. Back to basics. Back to basics. Back to basics. Try again. Back to basics. 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 Skin to skin. Skin to skin. You walking, I feel that drop. Lose my cool. Don't stop. Falling so long. Where does it go? Like a sweet song. Let it just flow. Skin to skin. Skin to skin. Try to breathe. My gaze just locks. Only one I can't out. Fawkes falling in deep. Heat starts to rise. You that I keep more than a prize. Falling skin to skin. Softly skin to skin. Falling under skin to skin. Drawn to the fire, let it begin. Drawn to your fire. Drawn to your fire. Falling slowly, skin to skin. Softly, skin to skin. Drawn to your fire. Burning within. Skin to skin, skin to skin, skin to skin. Drawn to your I just can't win. You play like Icarus in flight. Too close to light, too close to light. Body under skin to skin, skin to skin, skin to. On to your fire, can't win, can't win. Too close to light, too close to light, too close to light. You pull me in, no turning back. Stepping close, our pulses match. Rhythm hits, no words can catch. Every move that jump a heat. I'll take all your sorrow, I'll take all your pain. As long as tomorrow we continue our game. Take your sorrow, take your pain. As long as tomorrow we play again. You play like Icarus in flight. Too close to touch, too close to light. Too close to touch, too close to light. Too close to light. Too close to light. Falling slowly. Skin to skin, skin to Skin to skin, skin to skin. Disco dreams, 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 dreams. Ooh, yeah. Disco dreams. Step into the limelight if you feel like it. Disco dreams, too shy to shine. Sleeps till noon, curtains drawn tight. Curtains closed, staying in. Alarm clock screaming, he calls it a fight. Dreamed of dancing under mirror skies, but he rolls right over, lets the moment slide. Curtains closed, staying in. He feels the rhythm in his bones, but he's moving slow, taking baby steps alone. Every beat says come alive, but he whispers back, maybe next time. Disco dreams, too shy to shine. Got disco dreams, but he's stuck in the sun. Mirable, calling his name tonight, but he's dancing in his head, not under the light. Don't hide, don't hide. Step into the light. Step into the light. The beat keeps knocking at his door. Every baseline says there's more. All it takes is one small step, one deep breath, one little sweat. What if tonight? What if tonight? Step by step, step by step, beat by beat, beat by beat, come alive, come alive. He's too shy to shine, too lazy to move. Got fire in his heart, but he's scared of the groove. Starlight waiting, spin just right, but he's dancing in his head, not under the light. Shine, shine, shine. Disco dreams, disco dreams, disco dreams. Step into the light. What if tonight you didn't overthink? What if the dance floor is kinder than you think? Step by step, step by beat, beat by beat. No more standing still. He let the music take the wheel. Screaming, this is your time, and he finally steps into the light. Disco dreams. Step into the light. Not too shy to shine, not too lazy to try. Disco dreams, touching the sky. Hands up high, feel that sign. Tonight. Disco dreams. Disco dreams. Step into the light. Disco dreams. I love it when you swing by, by, by. love it, baby. I really love it, baby. I love it when you got me up against the wall and you're holding my wrists above my head. I love it when you finally flip me over and slap me so hard my skin turns red. Don't be confused. Don't be confused. I don't love you. I don't love you. I love it, baby. I think I love it, baby. I think I really love it, baby. I mean, I know I really love it, baby. Don't be confused. I don't love you. I just love to feel your touch. If you please me like you love me, I promise you it won't take much. I love it when you come to. I love it when you come to. Feel your touch, feel your touch. Won't take much. I love it when I think you're finished. You're ready to go again. I love it that you let me share you and let me watch when you're with my friends. Never call, never cry. Leave not too soon. Don't be confused. I don't love you. I just love to feel your touch. If you please me like you love me, I promise you it won't take much. Chasing the sun, chasing the sun. Ooh. Chasing the sun. Chasing the sun. Chasing the sun. I've been walking through the quiet rain. Every step just chimes your name. Clouds above, they hide the sky, but I keep moving. I don't know why. See the light, see the light. And even in the darkness I see a light. A fading fire still burning inside. See the light. I'm chasing the sun. Though the night feels long, I'll follow the warmth till the dark is gone. Chasing the sun. Chasing the sun. Through every tear, I'll still believe the dawn is away. It's calling me, calling me, Chasing the sun. Chasing the sun. Ooh, chasing the sun. Every morning feels the same old gray, but I know a sky will change someday. Hope is fragile, but it still survives. In every heartbeat, I'm still alive. And even when the silence cuts so deep, I hear the promise the daylight keeps. Daylight keeps. And even in the darkness I see light. A fading fire still burning inside. I'm chasing the sun. Though the night feels long, I'll follow the warmth till the dark is gone. Chasing the sun. Chasing the sun. Through every tear, I'll still believe the dawn is away. It's calling me, calling me, calling me. chasing the sun.
All right, we're going to raid over to Ardentera. Let me find the streamy thingy. Pull this back in here. Ah, where's my channel thingies? This is new to me, by the way, so it shall take me a moment. Let's pop this out of here first. There we go. I don't know if you can use the command line to do that, but this one, I think. There we go. Let's see. Following. Oh, there we go. Okay, we shall start the raid.